Okay, so I've been trying to go live since exactly noon, and I don't know if this is working or functioning. It's gone to the podcast mode again. So blame it on the Lionsgate portal, blame it on Mercury retrograde, all the retrogrades. Blame it on that there was a volcano in Russia 8 hours ago. I don't know, but I'm just gonna go with it. But the cool thing is I didn't know that you can do like a little picture like that in the green screen. So that's really fucking cool. In fact, it was so cool because I've been using live format for this channel and my other channel too, for a long time. I mean, even when they like upgrade it or make changes or whatever, I always seem to find, um, you know, a way to like make it work in my, I don't have fancy software or, technology. I'm using my phone. But I will say this, when I was looking at it going like, do you want me just to not do this today? I was like, what do you want me to do? All of a sudden I looked down and there was like this little box and it's got like looks like a line drawing of like a person, and it had a blue light on it. And when I clicked on it, it said green screen, and I was like, oh. And so since this is the last picture I took, here it is. So maybe this is what they're trying to show us, I don't know if it's forever or if it's just for certain episodes, or I'm not sure. But either way, welcome to episode 13 of Sacred Sunday. 13 is my favorite number. I was born on December 13th. And also, it is, when you add it together, it's the number 4. So it's all about grounding and stability. And I feel like we really need that now, especially working with the bird messengers today. Interesting that I could have like zoomed the picture down up and they just told me to leave it. And it looks like it's saying bird, me, discover wisdom, bird guide. So also it could be maybe your name is Susie or Green. It was actually interesting because when I saw Green, it made me think of this beautiful friend of mine, growing up, whose last name was Green, Beth Green. She's just like one of the most beautiful angels in the world. Welcome, you guys. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just going with the flow of it. Obviously, we've been doing Sacred Sunday for 13 episodes this now. So, some of them, they just don't want us to, even though I build these beautiful altars for you guys, hello, Autumn. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello. Welcome. I'm so blessed to have you here. Thank you all for being here today. Hello, welcome. Okay, so Jam Shields, Babar, Khan. All right, you guys, well, welcome. I'm so glad to have you here with us today. So as I was saying before, well, I'll just say welcome. My name is Tallulah Kelly. I'm the magical medium. I cannot see you unless you want to be seen, so don't freak out. I just saw a bunch of people drop off. That doesn't necessarily mean, it could mean I'm not their vibe, or it could just mean some people are like, fuck, they could see me. It's like, I can't fucking see you. If you don't, if you don't say your name, you don't, what are you doing, Beauty Witch? Oh, hello. So I am working. What does that mean, by the way, when it's got like a little crown with number 1 next to it? I don't know what that means. Because all three of you, so Autumn and I'm going to call you Khan, because it makes me think of, I love Shaka Khan, but it makes me think of Ricardo Montalban in The Return of Khan. Oh my gosh. One of the sexiest men on the planet, Ricardo Montalban. Ugh. Anyway, so welcome. But anyway, if you don't want to be seen, you don't have to be seen, but welcome. You are welcome to be here. So my name is Tallulah Kelly. I am the magical medium, and I go live here every Sunday at noon Pacific Standard Time. It changes all the time. So last week, I would apologize for what happened last week, but last week was like, it needed to happen. It was so fucking cathartic. And thank you to all of you who held space for me, especially for Jessica. She really was like the anchor for me, because, I'm human here too, right? If you found your way here, you're a light worker of some kind, an earth angel, you have special gifts, you have special powers, you have a mission, you have a special mission here today. So what I'm getting from spirit spirit is that, they want us to really work through everything we're working through. And so last Sunday, it just happened to be where my partner and I were in a really rough place. And I just laid it all out there, I come by it honestly. I'm a triple Sag, my moon's in Scorpio, and my third deacon, I'm a third deacon Leo. So when you look at it like that, it's a very profound energy, a lot of fire. So Leo was coming in, and then the new moon came in. It's a lot of stuff. Now I've had a week to work it out. And okay, so thank you for asking, Khan. They're saying, what kind of powers do you have? And I'm saying, I am a telepathic, empathic medium, which means, but I'm a clairvoyant. I'm kind of everything. I mean, I kind of feel like a lot of mediums, I mean, we all have our different gifts and stuff, but basically I can hear, see, feel, think, there's nothing you can hide from me, which is why I don't have a lot of friends, or I don't have a lot of people in my orbit, because a lot of people cannot fucking handle it. We're all telepathic, Con. We're all telepathic. Every single one of you have the same gifts that I do. Every single one of you. Please teleport me, please. Oh my gosh, you're so awesome. You need to work on your own teleportation, and you have to ask yourself, where are you going and why do you want to leave somewhere? Because today we're going to be pulling cards from the bird messages, and it says, discover your wisdom from your bird guides. So Autumn was here first. If she's still here, Autumn, if you would like to ask a question, you can ask a question. If not, Khan, if you have a specific question for Spirit, I am all ears. I am all, you're already here with me. You're already here with me because literally, you're already here with me. The fact that we are connected, this is just a formality. Being connected on the internet and all that, it's just a formality. We can connect with each other without these, fancy devices. But, everybody believes what they want to believe. You want me to check your spiritual energy? Interesting. When you said that, the Western Bluebird came out and it says, lend a helping hand and never forget that spring will return. So karma. So there must be something going on with your karma, because this is talking about, you may want to work with the Western Bluebird medicine as well. The Bluebird has a lot to say. A lot of people take for granted spirit animals. They give so much. They tell so much. They say so much. They say so much. And, it's like that song, you say something when you say nothing at all. And obviously I can tell from your energy, your aura is great, Well, I was just going to say, obviously, like, you're not a wallflower, you know what I mean? Like, I felt you right away. Like, if Autumn's still here, she's probably like, or they're probably like, whatever, like, do what you got to do. Or maybe they just want to be here and say hello. But yeah, I'm getting a lot of reciprocal energy with you. Let's see also what's going on with your shadow. It's interesting, the medicine cards, I didn't know if we were going to use them, but now that you're here, the medicine cards came out, and it's a spirit animal deck. It's a Native American deck. I am American. I live in the Pacific Northwest in the Olympic Peninsula of the United States. Because I teleport myself with you now. What did you say? Your aura is great because you teleport yourself. I teleport myself with you now. Yeah. Ooh, interesting. Oh, you got the Black Panther. Oh, number 52, which is also the number 7. So 7 may be something that's significant to you. Today in real time, because I always look at the numerology of everything. And in real time today is August 3rd, which is super exciting because it's the number 11. That's why you want to check your energy. Interesting. Okay, so well, you know what? Are you open to hear everything? I always ask anybody whenever I read for them, I'm like, are you open to hear exactly, are you okay with this? If you're not, you can book time with me, or you can purchase a recorded reading or something like that. All my information's on my page. But if you are, let's put it this way. When I started walking, welcome, Jackson. When I first started walking this path, one of the very first spirit animals that came to me was the Black Panther. And I did a journey to find your spirit animal. I have been looking for a drum for years. but I know when it's time it'll come to me, because one of my first shamans teachers, whatever you want to call them, she was very similar to me in my gifts, very witchy. I'm very blessed because I have Native American running through my blood. I have Cherokee running through my blood, and but also I have a lot of so I have the indigenous medicine of Turtle Island and North America, but then also I have very deep roots into France and the UK, and Poland and Germany, and I feel like all of that kind of like makes me like what I was brought here to be and what I was meant to do. But the Black Panther, but anyway, getting back to that, one of the first things I ever worked with was the spirit animals, like I said, and I was part of this drum circle called Journey to Find Your Spirit Animal. And when I was looking for my spirit animal, she said, close your eyes and they'll come to you. And as I was going into the underworld, the Black Panther came to me first. And I didn't know at the time. I mean, it's like I've always been this, right? But at the same time, I wasn't, fully awake yet. This was many, many moons ago, over a decade ago now. And the way that they came to me, they said, I'm going to take you and show you something. And it was so cool. And they did it through the indigenous way, which was really great, because I feel like my soul like felt really secure and connected there, which was this very beautiful, like grassy marsh with these mountains. And ironically, like what's so cool right now that you just pulled this card, Con, is because where I live right now is almost identical to what I saw in my vision. And the Black Panther took me to the underworld, which is where the spirit animals are. And then right when I got into the underworld, a cockatoo flew, beautiful, like all these different colors. Cockatoo came and flew on my shoulder. And before I knew it, all these different animals were just like coming through. And that's when I started to realize my deep connection to them. I knew I was going to I knew I was going to use another deck today, but I had no idea. So your mission, should you choose to accept it, Con, is to work with your karma and also the give and take. This is what is going to be a little harder, that may be hard for you to hear, or maybe you're open to hear this, but either way, right now it's kind of interesting because we had like all these people connected, and then all of a sudden now it's just you and me, which is so cool. It's almost like they left so we could have our little reading right now. We do have a great connection. I love you too. I mean, you didn't even say I love you, but I was like, I totally felt that. I love you too. You are amazing as well. But it's time to recognize that yes, you're kind of flitting and flying about, which is probably why you came into this reading with this energy, because 13 is the number of the witch, but it's also, when you add it together, is number 4, and it's about getting grounded. And now it's time for you to connect with as above, so below, like connecting with the earth energy. Like you're an earth angel, obviously, right? Like you have this energy that's like so sprite-like and beautiful. And I can feel your love, but at the same time, you have to remember that not everybody is like that. And sometimes you can be the bull in the china shop, that's like, you come rushing in, you're so excited, but when you're not grounded and you're not like connected to the earth and your avatar, all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, I just fucking broke that glass, or, oh, I'm sorry, you know what I mean? And you don't mean it, you're awesome, you know what I mean? But that's where I feel like you and I are very connected in that way. So work with the Western Bluebird medicine and lend a hand, and never forget that spring will return. So they're saying like the more you give out, the more you get back. And gratitude's a huge thing, you guys. Like saying I'm thankful, saying thank you, having gratitude. Even when somebody does something where you're like, oh, that burns my butter, or they cut you off in traffic or whatever, be grateful, because everything happens for a reason. Hold space for them, because everything happens for a reason. They're obviously having a shitty day. You could be in your car and you're like, la, 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 and you're like having the best day, and you're like totally fucking oblivious, and again, a lot of light workers, we do that, right? We don't mean to like go through the world with blinders on, but we're empathic, when I worked with all these different healers and shamans and teachers, all of them, none of them knew each other, and they were from all different walks of life, from the Middle East to Europe to the Mayans. I mean, I've worked with so many different energies, and they all were like, you are the most powerful empath I've ever met in my life. They're like, it's fucking crazy. Like I can't even watch anything. Like I can't watch Well, I can watch things, but I stay more in like Loverland and like Hallmark, and like everything at the end is great, grassy and green and beautiful, because that is how I am. That's my energy. That's how I float. But also as an empath, if I get too close to negativity or darkness or shadow, it's so fucking easy for me to take it on. And it's like I am rubber, you are glue, right? What bounces off of me sticks to you, like that kind of energy. And we're mirrors as light workers and earth angels. We're big mirrors. So, people, I don't know if you have this energy, Con, but I sure do. Either people love you or they hate you. And it can be that extreme. And I don't even use the word hate very often, but it's very true. It's like sometimes it's like it's because people don't know, like they don't know what you are. I was recently attacked by a dog, and that's so rare for me. It's so rare for me. Like all animals, I don't mean to be like, oh, everybody loves me, but just like my aura, my energy, like you were saying about yourself, Con, like, right, like I'm an earth angel, so like everywhere I'm walking, it's like people just look at me, stare at me. Even if my hair's in a bun, messy, no makeup, nothing, I'm going into the store looking, home free, it's still people look at me, follow me, I mean, I do use my pendulum a lot too, so that kind of, of course, people are like in totally engrossed. They're like, what are they doing with that thing? What is that thing? But also, there's something about that, and it's about honoring our energy and how awesome it is, but also protecting it and shielding it and not allowing other people's energy to like seep in. I spend a lot of time alone. I spend a lot of time in nature away from people, and that is because Gaia is my mother. She's my life. You know what I mean? Like, my whole life I always wanted to be burned, and maybe I still do. I mean, when I die, because as a witch, I know I've been burned. But I mean, I've seen so many of my past lives, so I understand like certain things and fears and phobias. But these creatures that come into our lives, these birds, these animals, it could be a fucking, a little teeny bug, that for some reason you're totally focused on this bug, and you were going to go wait for the bus. And then all of a sudden the bus leaves and you're like, damn it, I missed the bus. But then all of a sudden somebody turns around and they don't see you, but you see them, and it's like an X, and you're like, oh, thank God. I don't want to, you know what I mean? It's the little things. It's about looking at every little thing and understanding that you need to connect with, all energy. So let's see. I saw you said a few things. Okay, so let's see what you got. Okay. So do. Oh, okay. So happy belated birthday. And also, dude, we are so connected. That's my earth brother, my blood and bone brother. That's his birth date too. So that's really powerful. So you're saying your karma, yeah. And here's the thing, you guys, don't feed into karma like in some negative way. Karma is a good thing. Karma and dharma are connected. It's like exactly what they were saying earlier. What you put out is what you get back. It's reciprocal. It doesn't matter which religion, what country, what culture, it's all the same. And the basic message is loving ourselves first, and then, taking care of ourselves, putting our oxygen mask on first so that we can take care of others. I mean, I can still remember it like it was yesterday. I'm in my 50s, and I remember seeing that Oprah episode. This was before Dr. Phil had his own show, and he was just a guest. And I want to say it was his first time he was on there. And he spoke about the oxygen mask theory, because he said, I want to ask you all something. And most of the audience, of course, especially back then, it was even more intense, filled with women, right? Like mothers and, women going together. There weren't a lot of men in the audience. And long story short, Dr. Phil said, raise your hand. He's like, and he gave him the scenario. He's like, you're on an airplane, and, all of a sudden there's turbulence. It gets a little scary. The oxygen masks come on. They're like, how many of you, show of hands, how many of you would put the oxygen mask on your children first? And of course, they all raised their hand, right? And he's like, well, good, you're dead. and it was like, you could just tell everybody, was like, what? And he's like, okay, now he's like, a show of hands of how many people would put the oxygen mask on their spouse. If you have a spouse, he's like, how many people would put the oxygen mask on your spouse, first? And of course, hands go up. He's like, you're dead, and your kids are dead. and it was just so fascinating. And then he said, because he said, you need to put your oxygen mask on yourself first. He goes, unfortunately, we've been trained to believe that that's selfish, that if you love yourself and take care of yourself, that you're selfish. It's not. It's called self-care. And it's like, how can you take care of somebody else, right? How can you love anyone, take care of anyone if you don't love yourself and you don't take care of yourself? How and it's always RuPaul, my fucking spirit animal, right? Like, if you don't love yourself, how the hell are you gonna love anybody else? It's like nonsensical to like think that, but I was raised the same way. You're so fucking selfish. It's always about you. I was going through a brutal divorce and like the most heartbreaking time of my life. And one of my family members was super angry with me because I couldn't wait it out a week to go to my goddaughter, my, niece's birthday. And I was just like, um, I can't even be in another room with another, you know what I mean? Like, I was just like, you don't understand what's happening. I'm like, 10 years of my life with this person is ending. I can't just put it on and fake it and put a mask on and pretend that I'm okay, And when we pretend that we're okay, we're lying to ourselves, because that's what we're doing. And we're lying, to make others feel okay. It's like that starts to become illness and sickness. So let's see, what else do you have? Okay, so we talk about karma. Okay. Yeah, good point, Con. They said true karma is a good thing. They're saying some really cool things. There's so many good things. But this really stuck out. They said soul has no country or region. Well said. Speaking of, Con, where are you from? Important is energy of soul is connected. Hi, Anna. Oh my gosh, Anna's here. Anna, meet Con. You guys can talk to amongst yourselves. I call Anna the president of the magical medium, or what did we say, Anna? What did you have to have I think you gave a title that was better, but I always say that because Anna's been with me forever, and I found Anna, spirit led me to Anna. I mean, Anna's my fucking oracle, man. Like, she's amazing. So okay, what does this mean, by the way? They're showing these things next to your name I've never seen before, and it looks like a crown, and it says number 1 and number... Oh, the All-Star. That's right. Anna's our All-Star. Okay, that'll be easy to remember because A for Anna and All-Star Anna. Anna's our All-Star. She's the oracle of the magical medium. Even though she and our birthdays are just a few days apart, she's older than me. And we're magical sages. Oh, Anna's like, you are too. Okay, so Con says, very long time after I found my kind of community people. Okay, so what did you say? Oopsie, sorry. You're a rare breed of man. You wrote bread, but I kind of like that because I can see that it's not your first language. So I love that, though. I love that you said that our soul has no country and no region. Important is energy of soul is connected. Yes, exactly. Like, we're all connected, right? Like, obviously we knew each other before, Con, just like Anna. Anna and I, we have known each other for so many, 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 many moons. We've never hugged each other, but we've like met on Skype, like, online, but like we've never like, got to hang out in person or anything like that. So I love that. Same with Jessica. The one that I was saying held space for me last week. It's very powerful. Hello, Angel 101. Welcome. Okay, so Con, so you're this week at least, make sure you work with the Black Panther energy and work with the Western Bluebird. Okay, so I want you to literally work with the Black Panther, call on the Black Panther spirit animal to work with you, call on the Western Bluebird to work with you. And they're specifically calling out the Western Bluebird because the Bluebird's just a type of bird, so you can just look up the Bluebird, but you may connect maybe like physically looking at all birds look different from different, you know what I mean? So like the Western Bluebird might look a little different. Anna says, hello, everyone. Yeah, so work with the Black Panther energy and ask the Black Panther to walk with you. I don't know what you do for a living, but I wouldn't be surprised if your mission is to work in that field, like what I'm doing. You are very similar to us in this tribe. For years people have been like, I am so surprised you don't have like millions of followers. And I'm like, because we're the healer for the healers. I feel like this channel is Earth Angels, light workers, witches, healers, and deep down believers in magic. We come from different places, different, you're a crypto trader. Interesting. I know nothing about that. I mean, I understand that it's cryptocurrency and all that, but I find it interesting that it's called crypto, like cryptic, like you don't really understand what it is. You know what I mean? Is that why they call it crypto? Because you know, even though I've been speaking English since I was a child. When I was growing up, I would hear German, I would hear Polish from, my ancestors and those around me. And then my first husband was British, but he's still British, but he speaks Spanish and German and English and Spanish, German, English, a little bit of French, and a little bit of Hindi because um, his father's from India, his mother's from Austria, but he was born in England. So I've just had a lot of languages around me. And then I took Spanish when I was in school, and then I took French when I was an adult. So it's English, or I should say, language has always been fascinating to me, and how you can do word association with it. So you're a blockchain expert. I don't know what that means, but I'm going to research it after this because I love finding out stuff. It's not about country, region. It's about we belong to the same ancestors. Absolutely. Absolutely. But I guess because your name is so cool and I was curious to know where you're from, but if you don't want to say where you're from, you don't have to say that. Absolutely. We are absolutely infinite. Like without a doubt, without a doubt. Well said. We are so infinite. I mean, let's put it this way. I'm going to give you a little bit about the Black Panther, just a little bit. Oh, you're from Dubai. I knew it. I had this feeling, but I didn't want to call you out. I didn't want to call you out. But Dubai is such a magical, it's like this magical world that like was always there, but like all of a sudden people are like, oh my gosh, look at this place. It's like, okay, well, it's always been there. And the Middle East is like, you know what I mean? Like there's so much history out that way. Like it's so magical. I mean, I watched one of those Ancient Alien episodes. I haven't been there. Anna says beautiful country. I haven't been there. Hell yeah. I mean, you're like old medicine. Exactly. I love the power. Exactly. You're old. That's how I kind of, what's interesting, Con? I feel the same way. Like, there's so many people in this tribe. We're so fucking old. Like we've done this so many times. We heal people. We're always out here, taking care of people. It's part of our medicine. It's part of our DNA. Yesterday, my partner and I went on an adventure, and I haven't gone on an adventure in so long. And we connected with so many people, and we never go on the weekends because we work for ourselves. So like we avoid the weekends like the plague, especially because we live in a very touristy area. So summer, I just try to stay away. But yesterday was so powerful. We met so many people, and so many different countries were there. And this is just my neighborhood. You know what I mean? Like this is my stomping ground. It's only like an hour from my house. And it was just really cool. In fact, there was this moment where I said, oh my gosh, did you hear that cute little boy? And he's like, no. He's like, what did he's like, no, I didn't hear. Or he said something like, I didn't hear what he said or whatever. And I go, well, he was speaking French. And I said, I don't know what it is, but when I travel the world, I love when I hear like children speak their language. And so I love it even more when they're in my country and I hear them speak their language. But he was just like, his French was so beautiful and perfect. He reminded me of like Christopher Robin. And he was just so like honest and sweet and sincere, this boy. It was so cute. Anyway, so okay, so there's so much going on. I'm like, it's easy for us to have conversations like this. So what do you say? I explore my energy power, but it feels like you're not alone. Well, you just found your people. You're part of our tribe, so welcome. And welcome to all of those who are new here, and welcome back to all those who are coming back. Also, there's 3 people here, and there's 3 likes. So I'm getting 33 for us to work with. So work with angel number 33. Also, when I looked up, it was 2939. So I feel like that might mean something to people. Since there's a semicolon in the middle, it could be ages 29 and 39, or it could be like maybe when you're 29 and then like 10 years later 39, so that could be for somebody too. Oh my gosh, we're honored to have you. We're all part of the same family. Welcome, seriously. But anyway, so it's this was the only reason why I didn't want to go live. When Spirit told me they wanted me to start going live again, I'm like, because it's so easy for me to get sidetracked and just have conversations with people, but I always have to remember that later other people are going to watch these. So I try to, but anyway, I digress. So getting back, before I lose my train of thought again. So getting back, Khan, this last thing I want you to take with you is that the Black Panther is literally the leader of the underworld. So the fact that you pulled the Black Panther, and I wasn't even sure if we were going to even pull decks or you know what I mean? Like, that's really powerful. In fact, I want to see something really quick. I don't know if this is going to work, but okay. No, that's fine. For a minute, I thought they were going to like maybe bring it in. But when you start working with the Black Panther, you're going to be so like, oh my gosh. Also, that's interesting. So what happened? So you're 40 and you just turned 40. So that's interesting that they drew my eyes to 2939. So I feel like maybe you've been going through a massive transformation for the last 10 years. Like, I feel like maybe you've been like gearing up and getting ready for this transformation. But it's really big. And also, the cryptocurrency, Spirit doesn't have me look into that or feed into that. So I'm not going to give you anything about that right now because I don't know 100% what it is or what it's for. You know what I'm saying? In terms of like, how it's going to feed into the next phase of the new earth. But what I do want to say is you're in the wrong business, my friend. Maybe you started in that business because that felt good. You're good with numbers. You like money, whatever it is, whatever drew you to it. But you were drawn here to be here with us because this is the next phase of your work. Yeah, you're an expert. Wow. So, okay, cool. So that's interesting. So there must be some tie or something there. Because, I mean, I'm not going to speak for you or say certain things unless Spirit wants me to say them, but so much is rushing through right now. But I feel like you're at it's almost like, I feel like you're at the end and the beginning. Like, I feel like you're at the end of one journey and you're at the beginning of another one. So I'm not saying you're going to get out of cryptocurrency. I'm just saying that like, you're on the path to like, you're a natural healer. Like what I'm doing right now, I wouldn't be surprised if you end up having your own channel. I wouldn't be surprised if like this has taken me years and years. I'm 53 and it's taken me all of these years to like really come into my gifts, but I've always been this, but I had a lot of fear because every lifetime I've always been this. And every lifetime, there's been some people who like what I'm doing and some, see, Anna just said crypto is the next money generation. I feel like you're most welcome. I have to say that there's something to it, but I also know that there's a dark underbelly there that's really fucked up. Every time our age is not growing, my dear. Yeah. So every single thing I've ever got with the cryptocurrency is that, yes, I can see it's the future, but I also know that there's so much fucking shadow underneath there that's really fucked up. And I can feel it. And because of what I am, I can't not feel it. So maybe this is your job. Khan, wouldn't that be so cool if like this is your job? Like this is what you're going to do, like because you're a natural seer, you're a natural empath, like you're naturally this. And so I wouldn't be surprised, like I'm saying, the Black Panther is so massive. I mean, it's like whatever the highest game is in poker, you know, like a royal flush or whatever. It's like the Black Panthers, like the creme de la creme, the grand dame, you know, of like the spirit animals, and my experience in studying and working with them. So there's got to be something that's connected to that, because they're the king of the underworld, but the underworld is like through spirit. So there must be something that you're going to bring into the cryptocurrency world, or make some type of massive change. Or maybe you're going to be that person. Like, you know, before I moved to the Pacific Northwest, I almost married this magical creature who, I mean, he could do, I've known so many people in my lives, spirit workers, who are super good with numbers. I wouldn't be surprised if you're somehow connected to the Akashic record. Also, you know, if you're not taking notes, you may want to take notes or come back and watch this later, or remember that it was around 2939, you know, and then watch from that forward. But I feel like this is really, really powerful, what's happening. And basically what I was going to say is that he was so magical with numbers that he can do shit with his eyes closed. And he and his friends broke into the Pentagon, and they literally gave him two choices. They said, you either go to prison or you work for us. And of course, what do you think he did? He went and he worked for the government. So, you know, I just know too much shit. I know the dark web exists. I know I've never gone there. I don't want to go there. I have no interest to go there. It's not for me. But I also know that a lot of the cryptocurrency has been used for child pornography, for human trafficking, you know, and of course all money, you know what I'm saying? But energy is energy, and it's just a form of an exchange of energy. So we have to remember that whoever is using the cryptocurrency, if their energy is corrupted and they're using it for shadow and for personal purposes or ego or whatever, like, we have to be really mindful of that. You know, it's like, it's not something to be taken lightly. Okay. So I seen you guys put a lot of stuff here. So let me see what you guys said. Okay, so I went from Anna saying crypto is the next money generation. Yes. And then we talked about that and numbers. Okay. So you said, it's your passion and hobby. My real job is real estate. Oh my gosh, I love you so much. I mean, even that's even fucking funnier, by the way, Con, that your other passion is real estate, because it doesn't surprise me. You're super good with people. You're super outgoing, right? Like, you got this awesome energy. You just want to light up the world. And, you know, I think that's wonderful. That's so beautiful. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Make sure that you subscribe so you don't miss, because I feel like we've got a really cool connection. Also, I'm meant to connect with you because it's interesting. Ever since I've gone live, I've been having so many people who've been coming from different parts of the world, and certain things, it's like every time I connect with them, it changes. And, when I was younger, I had this, not obsession, but this very like strong connection to Lindsay Lohan. She's so witchy. I definitely feel like I knew her in another life. And you don't know my background right now, probably, Con, but I'm from the south side of Chicago, born and raised, but I moved to Los Angeles when I was 23, and my ex-husband worked in music, and I went there for acting and singing and modeling and all these different things. But then I ended up, you know, waiting tables and bartending more, which was funny because people kept trying to get me into real estate because they're like, you're so good with people. And I'm like, dude, I fucking hate LA traffic. I don't want to drive around. I'm like, that sounds like hell to me, you know? But anyway, long story short, I ended up like working like I'm doing now as a spiritual guidance counselor for people, as a bartender, as a server. So many celebrities, like, it's like crazy. And I'd have celebrities that would come to me like I was their therapist, you know? So I was always wondering why. But I had this thing with Lindsay Lohan because I feel like she was treated really poorly, and she was so young, and just, I don't know, I just had this, like, I wanted to protect her. I don't know how to explain it. And so when she came back onto the scene, and I found out she was in Dubai and that she, you know, married someone from there, I was like, oh my gosh. I'm like, I love her so much. I'm like, good for her. I was like, good for her. I'm like, she's so awesome. I'm like, I'm so happy for her. So she's been coming up a lot lately because she's got, you know, this movie with Jamie Lee Curtis, you know, Freakier Friday, whatever. And Jamie Lee Curtis is also like super witchy and like super for the people and all that. But I just feel like we're all connecting and like so many different levels and different ways. And I've thought to myself, if I was gonna go anywhere like magical or mystical, it'd be Dubai, because there's something magical about this beautiful like Eden, like rising out of the desert again, like this kind of like rebirth of, I was saying this earlier about ancient aliens, how, they've dug up a lot of things. You probably know this because you're obviously, you live there and you're from there. But there's so many archaeological digs that have happened where they're like, by everything we can tell, this is like over 20,000 years old, but there's nothing that could have made this but a laser, you know? So that's like, you know what I mean? So there's just so many things that are happening. The Lemurians are coming back, Atlantean, like energy, like just everything is coming back. It's so powerful. Okay, so that's one thing. So that's awesome. So you said it is a passion, hobby. My real estate is my job, blah, blah, blah. So you're in the public sector. Anna, my son's doing really well with his crypto. Oh, that's good. My energy is different. That's why I didn't marry any girl, but I date a lot. Yeah, you know what? Let me tell you something. As light workers, having a relationship is one of the hardest things in the world, because we're so different and we vibrate on such a higher frequency. I mean, right? Like you and Anna and I, like and so many people from this tribe, but like right now in this moment, like we just vibe high. We just naturally vibe high. Like our natural state is happiness and joy. Our natural state is to bring like the light. And it's very difficult to be with another person that is not vibrating at the same frequency, which is why my partner and I, last episode, I was saying at the beginning of this, I'm like, sorry, not sorry. That last episode, I was just like not myself, like that whole week and all the readings. But I listed in the description box. So check it on the description box. I put some new picker readings, so check them out, you guys. But one's about love relationship. I was struggling so much and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm like, why am I, so much evil is coming out of me? I'm like, what is going on? But it was the shadow, it was the darkness of like my past and relationships that I needed to let go of. Because remember that every person that comes into our life, especially romantically or sexually, you know what I mean? Like those kind of things are all of the above. You're having that connection to somebody, especially, when you're making love to somebody, it's like your body is like, you're connecting your bodies and bodily fluids and all those. It's like, it's so like, it can be such a mind fuck and can really mess with our chi and our status. Listen to that. Right? Like emergency, right? Like, because not everybody is going to understand like who we are or what we are, or whatever. Okay, hold on. So here we are. It says dark web is just a child. We are different people and our energy is far, far higher. It is. Cryptocurrency is not dark web, dear. No, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that the cryptocurrency is dark web. What I'm saying is that there are people from the dark web that are using cryptocurrency. Do you hear what I'm saying? And you may be an expert, and I mean no disrespect to you, but please respect me too. As good as you are at your job, I'm pretty fucking good at mine. So you know what I mean? Like what I feel and whatever is like, it's happening. You may not see it or feel it. That's okay. But I do. And I am not saying that, whatever. And what I'm saying is that you could be the hero of that. You know what I mean? Like maybe you're bringing the light back in. Thank you for the subscription. Okay, hold on. It says, yes, we are connected. You're most welcome to, okay, cool. I'll take you up on that. If I come to Dubai, we're going to go and hang out and have some food. Okay, we'll go break bread together. Okay, absolutely. We are so different. It's true. Okay. People like us, energy is on a very high level. So that's why normal people can't handle it. Yeah, very true. Yeah. So, this could be something, maybe there's some can of worms that you're meant to open into the cryptocurrency, I mean, you just never know. I mean, Kamala Harris just came to mind. I just watched Kamala. She just finally had her first interview since the American sitting president has come into office, and she left as vice president. And she's been writing a book called 107 Days, because that's literally how many days she had to campaign. and which is like unheard of. I mean, usually they campaign for years, and she had the shortest campaign in history, and also the most, like, one of the most fucked up campaigns in history, kind of like what they did to Hillary. They just like tore her apart. And but anyway, long story short, um, there's going to be a lot of change that's going to happen that we are all going to see. If you're called to it, go and watch the latest interview with Kamala on Stephen Colbert. It was really powerful, and I'm glad she's promoting her book. She's trying to say to people, like, we need to go back to the grassroots of this. It has gone too far off the beaten path, you know what I mean? Like, but at the same time, that's where it was meant to go. We were meant to go to the darkest of, you know what I mean? Like, the cryptocurrency has to be in the dark web, right? Of course it is. I mean, why? It's like anything that's in the darkness, there's its counterpart is the light, as just as the counterpart of the light is shadow. We cannot have the moon without the sun. We need them both to survive. We need the balance, right? Like I said, this may be the 13th episode, and I love that number, but it is also the number 4. And if we do not have stability, if we do not have 4 strong legs holding that table up, we are not going to be able to support others. So and sometimes we don't want to look at the underbelly of things. We don't want to look at the shadow of things. We don't want to look at the darkness of things. I personally, I like cold hard cash or trade. Where I live, it's very indigenous. There are so many tribes up on the peninsula here where I live, and my husband now, his family is from there. And yesterday, where we went, I was like, wow, dude, I always forget that, like, this is where your people, like, this is where his people come from. This is where, like there's literally this really cool thing, like a historical thing, and it talks about the strong people. And I was like, you come from the strong people. And just so some of you know, I don't talk out of school all the time, but Anna, you'll love to hear this. Alder and we're on our way. We're doing good. We had our first real date yesterday, and and for those of you who don't know, my partner and I have been together for 10 years. We separated last year to both go on our own journeys as he was working through his shadow and his dark night of the soul. He's also a medicine man, and I'm a medicine woman, and it was a very hard time for both of us. And Baba the Great, my familiar, my Maine Coon cat, she fell ill. And then, my mother, my birth mother, fell ill. And so it was one of the hardest years of my life to lose my partner, my best friend, cat of 13 years, and my mother, of course, of my whole life. And especially because my mother and I had become estranged over the years. And so Anna's like, yeah. So anyway, Anna's always been, Alder and I's like biggest cheerleader. I mean, a lot of you guys have been supporting us and for years, but you guys know that it hasn't been easy. And Alder's gone through a lot of darkness and shadow. And yesterday was such a hard time. And understanding, like, what he's going through. And so yesterday we had this breakthrough, and there were so many places we could go, but I was really called to go to this one place. And I was like, okay. And we had a moment where I was about to fucking leave. I was like, it was like, oh gosh, I don't even know how to explain it. It was such a cool, fun date in a lot of ways, but it was rough going. It was rough starting, and I was a little concerned. Yay, she said, Lula and Alder are warriors. I believe we are too, and I believe he's my Beshert. But it's been at some point I will share more with you guys. I mean, there's stuff I haven't even told you yet, Anna, stuff I haven't told Alder yet. And I even said to Alder yesterday, I've had a lot of things happen to me in the last 5 weeks that no one knows about, that I haven't really shared with anyone. It's been tough. I haven't even shared it with my journal. I haven't written in my journal in like a few months. I've been writing more music and songs. I've definitely been connecting on another, yes, you can get a reading. As long as there's nobody else that wants anything that was here before you, you are more than welcome to ask one question. But if there was anybody that was here before you, dear heart, Ange, was it Ange KQ? And if you have a name that you would like me to call you, say your name and then state your question, and then we'll do a reading. Oh, thanks. Yeah, Anna says it's hard, but bless you, Lula. Yeah, bless all of us. We've all been working so hard. So long story short, I felt like I was dragging the date along. It was really, really hard. It was very difficult, even though we knew it was a real date. We planned on it being a real date because we've had misconceptions about whether or not it was like a real date or something that we were working on. But I was like, no, I want to, if I said I want a real date, you know, I kind of got to the point where I was like, I've been holding space for over a year. I'm like, it's time to not to be gross, but shit or get off the pot, right? Like, it's go time. It's fucking go time. That's it. Like, it's time to go. So, after our picnic, which was, I was about to walk out. I made all this delicious food and we were having this picnic and I'll show you the view. I mean, I took pictures and video. I can't wait to show them to you guys, and make sure to, oh, and Anna, did you see that Bubba's back? So make sure to subscribe to my other channels as well, Lula's Labyrinth and Bubba the Great. Bubba is back. She came back. She's been coming back for weeks. She told me she was going to come back. She told me we were going to revive her channel. I didn't know how we were going to do it, but long story short, Thursday was July 31st, 2025, exactly 6 months to the day that Bubba crossed back over. She we reinvigorated it. It's mine and hers. If you look at the description box, you'll see like that I redid their description and spoke about like how the channel kind of came back to be. And I know it's meant to be because I've only posted 3 videos and all 3 of them went over 1,000 like views within like, you know, a really short period of time. So it's here, you guys. It's time for my comeuppance. I've been busting my ass and working really hard. And I am working on putting something together for international, because I know a lot of you guys like to support me financially. But in the meantime, I do still have the Amazon wish list that's there. And I have my Venmo. If you can use Venmo, you can use that. I think I'm going to be bringing my PayPal back, but I don't know how. But I'm working on a lot of things. I'm working on so many things right now. We did it. Yes, we did it together. Thanks, Con. So, and before we get to your question, happy birthday, general reading, absolutely. And so basically, long story short, what happened with Alder and I was right when I was about to fucking step off and be like, you know what? That's it. I'm done. I was about to pack up all the food and not be a bitch about it. I was just like, I'm done. I have done this. I have worked so hard. I can't do this anymore. I was like, I'm done. Like right before that happened, this one song came on that like I knew exactly what Spirit was saying to me because I had put my shuffle on. And we were having like, you know, because it was so romantic and it was so beautiful, but like I couldn't pull the romance out of him. He's still in the dark night of his soul. He's still in the shadow. And then all of a sudden I just decided to just be a nerd, and I just started dancing, and there was all these people there and I didn't give a shit, and I was like, dance with me. And he's like, what? I'm like, dance with me. He's like, no. I go, that's okay, you don't have to, I'll dance by myself. And so I just like whatever, and then we ate, and it was still a little but we ate, we got through it. And then right when I was about to say let's go, because I want us to at least eat and then head home, I'm like, okay, Spirit told me to do this one thing and say this one thing to him. And when I did, bam. What did he say? I'm scared. I might cry. And I said, I know you're scared. I said, I fucking know you're scared, dude. I said, I know that's what it is. I know it's fear that's holding you back. I go, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. This is new earth. This is a new world. You don't have to go back to those fear-based energies. He's my age as well. We're both 53. And I was like, I know that, you know, this scares you and that scares you. I'm like, stop being afraid of it. And then all of a sudden he just opened up to me and he told me certain things and we talked through it. And all I can tell you is we were holding hands by the end of the date, and it was amazing. And we did have a little smooch at the end, and it was beautiful, and it was perfect. And I'm excited, and we're going to see each other again tomorrow, and we're just going to keep working through this, but I'm not going to push him. But you know, this is what Spirit is trying to show us, that, you know, sometimes people push us away, or sometimes we push others away because we're scared. And if we live in fear, then we miss out on so much. And you have so much to say, and you have so much to give. And if you found yourself to this reading or this day, you guys, you know what else is really rad right now? This is the last Sunday before the Lionsgate portal goes fully like loaded, which is why I had a feeling it was going to be magical, because the number comes out to the number 11 today, which is the number of the angels. It's a 13, you know, it's the 13th episode, which is the number of the witch, which witches come from the angel realm. We're just healers. It's just another word for it. And then also it's, you know, we're just gearing up. The Lionsgate portal opened on July 26th, but every day it's getting closer and closer. And for those of you who don't know, the Lionsgate portal is when the Earth aligns with Sirius. We call it our spiritual sun, but it's actually the brightest star in our solar system. It's Sirius. And it's Sirius. serious, but it's serious in like a, like they want us to be more lighthearted. They want us to connect to the Leo energy. Leos, in the light of Leo, Leos are like, let's have fun. Let's energize that fire energy, that beautiful fire energy. And look, we got this beautiful Leo that's having her birthday reading here with us today. Welcome, and so it doesn't surprise me that so many of you showed up here today or will end up seeing this episode. I laughed that last week's episode was like the least watched episode. And I was like, oh, thank God. I almost like, because I listened to some of it back and I was like, oh, whine, victim. I was going through, but I needed to. I had to work through my own shit. We all have to work through our shit. Just because we're light workers doesn't mean, I mean, we have our human experience here. We have our baggage. We have our families, our friends, our teachers, our boss, all these people, and our entire lifetime that have given us and taken away and given and taken away. And this is life, right? This is the roller coaster. This is the beauty. This is the honor of life. This is the honor of life. So many people, so many, well, let me back that up. So many souls in the universe want to live on earth. It's a blessing and an honor to be human. And those who take it for granted are in the newer, lower vibrational energy, feeding into the third degree, interesting, third dimensional, energy. It feels like that, right? Like the third degree, where you're like, you're getting the third degree. Like, they want you to, let's make America great again. What the fuck are you talking about? What's so great about it? The only thing great about it is that they wanted to make it a place where people could worship who they wanted, fucked who they wanted, loved who they wanted, be who they wanted to be. That's what this started out to be. And then, of course, over the years, they've been like tearing us down and taking us down. They've been killing us by putting nasty shit in our bodies and then like fucking having us pay for healthcare. I mean, America is the biggest scam of the world. It's the biggest scam of the world. And now they're trying to like, silence people who are speaking their truth. It's like, are you kidding me? It's like this whole, we're the land of the free and the brave. Duh. Like, read the Constitution that you swore to fucking uphold. If you're supposed to be the president, don't get me started. Woo! That's my fire, baby. That's my triple fire, my moon and Leo. So anyway, okay, let me get off my soapbox. So, all right, so we are going to close the reading for Khan. Thank you so much. So Khan worked with the Black Panther and the Western Bluebird. You guys, I'm going to take one short break. I'm going to run to the loo. I've been drinking a lot of water. Let's take a break, you guys. And, you, of course, please stay here if you want to stay here. And if not, thank you for being here and we love you so much. And thank you for keep coming back. Make sure you take care of yourself and others. Blessed be, aho. But I'm just going to pause this for a minute. I'm going to run to the loo, drink a little bit of water, and I'll be right back. And we're going to jump into Angie's reading. And if you would like a reading as well, make sure that you write below your question. And if I missed it, please write it right now. Because, I do my best to go in order. And sometimes, people don't like that. Sometimes I can tell, like, let's put it this way. We've had so many people come on and off and on and off and on and off in less than an hour, that sometimes people just want a free reading. They don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like, they don't care about me. They don't care about you. And that's okay. That's where they're at. That's their level of consciousness. Let them be where they're supposed to be, But some other people are like, they're here. They understand, so you're most welcome. Thank you for being here, Khan. We'll see you soon. We love you. We love you. We love you. Take such good care of yourself. Okay. We'll see you next time. Yeah. Next Sunday is going to be really powerful. If you can be here next Sunday, you guys, because not only is the Lionsgate portal at its peak on Friday, but then we got the full moon in Aquarius on Saturday, and then we're going to go live on Sunday. So we're going to be like feeling all that energy before the Lionsgate portal officially closes. Cause the next day after that, Mercury is going direct, and then we're going to go, and then the Lionsgate portal will shut. Okay, so I'm going to go drink my water. I'm going to put it on mute. I will be right back. Okay, we are back. We are back. I am chomping at the bit for this, and oh my gosh. So, um, wow, for whatever reason or however you got here today, I could tell you right now, I am so glad that you are here because I felt such beautiful, positive fairy energy from you. Also, obviously, you're a Leo if it's your birthday today. But you must have some heavy water in your chart because um, yesterday I was by the sea and I collected a bunch of shells. And today I thought we were going to bring them in, to do some scrying, like for the tribe. But they're having me not, show anything right now. So make sure that you look out for in the My Community section. I'll put some pictures there if they have me take some pictures, or maybe I'll end up taking a short. But anyway, so I pulled these shells, and there's so many shells, but I specifically pulled some certain shells, and all I can tell you is that these are mussel shells, and they are so magical. They have like little stories in them. They're just, yeah, I just can't wait. So I'm not sure if they want me to read them right now. I'm just kind of looking at them to see if anything comes through. I'm also going to pull some cards, or at least I'm going to shuffle the deck and see if any cards come through for you, because you said you wanted a general reading for your birthday. So Spirit, what messages do we have for Ange? And Ange, let me know if you're still here. Just put a little like give me either an emoji, a heart or something, or just a thumbs up. Just let me know that you're still here. It doesn't matter. I'm still going to read for you. It's because sometimes people come in and then they like leave, and I'm like, well, maybe it was for somebody else. So I got the hanging parrot. It says, gain knowledge by surrendering to the universal flow. Yes, this is a good message for all of us. Gain knowledge by surrendering to the universal flow. And, Anna says, my daughter got me some beautiful shells from beautiful America, Miami, from her last holiday. Oh, yay. Oh, Anna. Oh, my gosh. You know what I'll do? I'll make a care package for you. I'll make a care package for you. Yesterday when we were there, I was like, man, if anybody ever wanted to go shell hunting, this is where I'd take them. And I took so many videos and pictures, and look for them on my channels. But anyway, yeah. So that's really interesting that you said that. But yeah, when I was looking at these shells, I was like, oh my gosh, like they're just so powerful. They're just, I mean, and to think like there's just more than we can possibly, oh good, you're still here. More than we can possibly ever, I mean, every shell's so individual, and you think to yourself like, how can they be so individual? How can they be so individual? Yeah, well, honestly, Anna, I didn't want to give it away, but I've been working on a care package for you for a little while. But yesterday I was thinking, I can't wait for you to come visit, because I just want to take you there. It's just going to blow your mind. But you'll see the pictures in the video. Okay, and so the hanging parrot, and it's a picture of a green parrot with red on its belly and yellow on its bum, and blue at the edge of their wings. And they're hanging upside down. And I'm getting this vibe like, first of all, I'm sorry if I'm shouting. I feel like I'm shouting. It's saying gain knowledge by surrendering to the universal flow. So I'm getting the vibe from Spirit that maybe that's why they wanted me to bring the shells in and the water energy. Do you know about your chart, Ange? Like, do you know, like for me, like I'm a triple Sag, and my third deacon's in Leo. Fire, 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 right? But my moon's in Scorpio, water, water, water. So I'm wondering if one of your, all of our signs are important, right? Like all of our birth charts important, but we do know that our rising, our ascending, however you want to word it, and our moon and our sun are really powerful. Drink some water, by the way. You know what's interesting? I hardly ever eat sugar, like white sugar, like raw, But yesterday I was having such a magical day with my partner that I was just kind of going with the flow of it. And but I haven't felt heartburn until I felt it a little earlier, but like not bad, but after I opened the portal. So Ange, are you having an issue with heartburn, or is it like, or something with your food? Or I'm just feeling like the heartburn's coming back again. Also, I'm hearing like that you're not getting enough water. And Anna, I'm so glad your daughter went to Miami. I didn't mean to put fear around it. Just there was so much shit going. The energy was so dense and icky around the United States at that time. So I'm so glad she was safe and she had a good time. I'm so glad. That makes me really happy to hear. But you know, because I don't like to ingest fear into people or anything. But at the same time, you know, um, I'm feeling. Let me feel. I feel like I'm. I don't know if it's this deck. Not this deck. I'm feeling something coming through for you, Ange. Which part am I right about? The heartburn? The I'm like, oh my gosh, you got the mountain lion in reverse, which is also number 17. And for this tribe, if you're part of this tribe, well, you are now, so welcome. Make sure to subscribe so you never miss a reading with us or the lives, you know. But 17 is a huge number for our tribe, but also when you add it together, it's the number 8, and 8 is about infinity. Are you having a fear of death? What's going on? Is this birthday? Are you like I'm just feeling like this birthday feels like a number, like a big one, like maybe 35, but like you want to have kids, or like 65, but you're like, oh, you had heartburn yesterday. Okay. That makes a lot of sense, because it wasn't until like a certain time of the day I was like, dude, I made all the food, so it was like healthy, but like we went to this farmer's market, and these like these witchy elder ladies talked me into getting this gluten-free cookie, and because it was vegan, and I was like, yeah, I'm like, but I don't really like, you know, sugar. They're like, it's really good. Anyway, long story short, when we were eating the cookie, I said, shit, I forgot this. I said, I'm doing live tomorrow. I'm like, I don't know what's going to happen, but I know it's going to be a big one. I can feel it coming. I'm like, damn it. I'm like, the refined sugar gives me heartburn. So that's so interesting. See how connected we are? And oh, I love you so much, sweetheart. But yeah, I'm feeling like this energy of like, something about this birthday, or you have a fear of dying, or like there's something I'm just feeling a fear around something, like you're not going to be able to have a child, or something like just that you're missing out. I just feel this fear of missing out. Please, if you want to put a I'm like, please let me know, because I can't explain it any but I feel a grandmother too, by the way. I feel a really strong grandmother energy. You're really witchy. You're a natural psychic. Holy shit. You are so fucking witchy. You are so witchy. There is a very witchy grandmother. It feels like, I felt like it was your mom's side, but then I saw a male, so I don't know what that means. Maybe it's your dad's side. Maybe it's both your parents' side. 31. So are you, oh, my gosh. Do you understand how powerful that is, that you just, today's your birthday, and today's the 13th episode of this series. I mean, I love, and look at, you accidentally wrote, but there's no accidents. You wrote 331 years today. Oh my gosh, that is powerful. So what's going on with your dad? Because I felt the mom connection. Anna's like, happy birthday, although you could probably see it, so you guys can talk to each other. But I always like to say things when you guys say things, because the viewers can't see that. Like if somebody watches this back later, they don't show that, which I think is unfortunate. And if there's a way to do it, somebody please show me, because I don't know how. But anyway, yeah. So are you feeling, I just feel like it's this, I can't shake it. It feels like you feel like you're missing out on something, or you missed out on something, or you're afraid you're going to miss out on something. And the irony that I'm getting is that's your witchy ancestors saying, like, you're not missing out on, the only thing you're missing out on is your true self. So you're probably waking up to your calling. The most powerful time for witches is 13 and 31. Because 13 is a very powerful time. A lot of times it's when girls, get their period. And I'm not saying like that boys at 13 isn't powerful. It is, of course, right? But I'm just saying, and I'm talking, not to put labels on things, but I'm just talking about like, right, like boys, if you're in a male avatar, you don't have periods, the female avatar does, right? So, right, that's the way it was designed. So It's a really crucial time. It could even be, was there something when you turned 13 that maybe you had a breakthrough or you had a feeling? One of our tribe members, she wrote me this really beautiful email a few months ago, and I reread it recently because I was reaching out to them about something, and more things came through when I was reading that, and it's because our childhood is so magical. Do you have are you connected to the beach, or is your mom connected to the beach, or are you like on an island or something? Or this feels very much like it's either you went to the beach with your mom and you have a connection to her. Has your mom crossed over? Because sometimes the mother could still be alive, but like their higher self is like, showing me who they really are, right? Like I had to stop talking to my earthbound mother because her higher self, like I kept trying to talk to my mom and be like, Mom, but I think it just freaked my family out more. It was like the more I started to like, it was like I was just confirming everything they already knew about me and themselves. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. But is she not with this though? Meaning like, because let's put it this way. I feel like the witchy was coming from your mom's side, but I felt like it was your dad who was like your cheerleader or something. I don't know how to explain it. So feel free to, explain more. Also, the moose just came out. Your grandmother on your dad's side passed. Okay. She's the witchy grandma. So I'm feeling like both your parents, see, I'm the same. Like my mom and dad both have very witchy on both of them. There's so much fucking medicine from both my parents, like, so a lot of light workers, it's both of our parents. It's not just one. So, it could be that. I'm just feeling like, are your parents divorced? Also, she's being very cryptic, and I don't understand why she's being cryptic. It's almost like she's just standing off to the side. I'm kind of getting the Golden Girls, but I'm getting more like B. Arthur's character. Just like, and so I don't know if that means like she was really tall and unassuming, or if she was like in your face. I don't know, or if she's just trying to show me like she was like that energy of like B. Arthur's character. But anyway, because I got the Golden Girls, and I almost feel like either she had a group of friends like that, or maybe she's back with her friends. I'm getting the chills. Hi, Grandma. She's so cool. She's saying something about cotton candy, and I'm seeing like a hair, but it almost looks like a wig. I don't know if that means anything to you. Um, but make sure if you can write this down or come back to this. It's at 113. Of course it is. I look up, it's 113 and it goes to 58 because 58 is another version of 13. Wow, you are really fucking witchy, dude. You are so powerful. You come from long lines of witches on both sides of your family. Like your ancestors are so fucking like intense. Where are you from, Ange? Where are you from? Because I'm feeling like this just very old, it feels European, but it almost feels like Slovenian or something. I've been getting a lot of Slovenian things recently. Okay, now I just got the elk. The elk and the mountain lion were in reverse though, and we have the moose. So the elk is number 3, so that could be a significant number for you. The mountain lion, you said, okay, I'm here, and then black. What's black? What do you mean? So we said the mountain lion was 17, the moose is 11, which 11 is the number for the angels, and today's an 11 number when you add it together. And then the elk, the number 3. So I kind of feel this kind of as above, so below, like this kind of like, oh, okay, so you're black. So, oh, that's probably, holy shit. Okay, so just so you know, I don't know if you're new here or you just found us today, or if you're normally here and you just haven't been to the readings, but I do have to tell you that in one of my past life regressions, I was absolutely positively an African American slave, absolutely taken from my homeland. I mean, sometimes when I go into like deep chants or whatever, I'll start like where it's like I step out of my body and I can hear myself singing like the old songs. You know what I mean? It's a fucking trip. Like I have this vivid memory of myself like as an elderly woman, and I'm on a rocking chair and I'm like singing like the old, like, but like the African, like as they would say, gospel, right? Like not the like the American, like, Christian, and just to give you a little insight. So my mom's side of the family are Southern Baptists from Arkansas, and my grandmother on my witchy grandmother on my mom's side said, I'm quite certain we had slaves, and she thinks that our part of our family is from French royalty, which would totally fucking align with that time. And also, I've tried to go to New Orleans so many times, it's crazy. And things have happened where like my flight's canceled. I mean, I can literally like tell you, there are certain places I've tried to go to Salem. I wanted to go to the East Coast. The furthest I've never been able to go to New York. It's so crazy. The furthest I've gone is Philadelphia. So we have some deep rooted. So you and I are probably connected from our family somehow, somewhere, some way. And I've just in all the years I've been doing this, I mean, obviously I learn new things every day. I awaken to, old memories every day, and past lives every day. But it's no coincidence that we came together today. So there's something going on. I actually had a woman come up to me once and told me, a very witchy lady out of nowhere, never met her. When I just looked up, it was 117. So the mountain lion is really powerful for you to work with. So write down mountain lion in reverse, elk in reverse, and moose upright. Okay. Um, well, you can tell me more. Absolutely. Yeah. You just have to write it. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how this, I have to figure out how I can have people like, my dream is that we can all come together. We're like, I can see you and you can see me. You know what I mean? But for now, this is where it is. But yeah, feel more. Yes, write as much as you want to write. In fact, our last person we did the reading for, Con, I mean, I couldn't keep up. I had to stop looking down, but I'm glad that they did that because it's good. I want to go back. I want to like connect, but write as much as you want because everything is, that you are in the live and you are here for a reason. I mean, happy blessed birthday. I mean, yeah, absolutely. This is my gift to you, right? Like we're connected, we're family, we're Ohana. Like, oh, by the way, I just got this like sharp pain in my chest on the right hand side. Do you have anxiety attacks? Because I'm getting this vibe, either you do or somebody around you. Also, you're super sensitive. You're picking up other people's energy. As witches and healers and deep down believers and empaths and sensitives, like, we have energy that is not like any other energy on this planet. And Carl Jung, a lot of things from Carl Jung have been coming through for us right now because of the power of it. She's saying everything I'm saying is true. Okay, cool. It's like the power of this energy, of this connection that we have is beyond anything we can understand. And I feel like, my channels and everything is growing. Like my fucking cat, just like, she never died. I mean, she left her avatar and I've mourned her for the last 6 months, but like, we just like brought her back to life through her channel. And she's like creating like the darkest shit. And I'm like, Baba, dude, that's so dark. She's like, bitch, we are dark. She's like, we are fucking voodoo. We don't come, she's Baba Yaga. She's like, we don't come from like the nicey, right? Like we do, but we don't. Like we've walked all these paths. We've walked in the light. We've walked in the shadow. I mean, this fucking woman came up to me and said, have you ever been to New Orleans? And I said, no. I go, it's so funny. And I'm like being cavalier about it. And I was about to tell her like all these funny things that happened and the hurricane and blah, blah. And then I couldn't go. And she goes, you can't go there. And she like cut me to the fucking quick, man. Like a fucking stranger. And she had dark hair, like she was so witchy, like she was so shadow witch, you know what I mean? Like, but like powerful, like white witch, but lives like she works in the shadow. And she looked at me and she goes, you can't go there, ever, ever. And I looked at her, I said, well, I know I did some dark shit. She goes, no, I don't know. Do you really? And I said, no, I really do know. I really do fucking know. Yeah, Anna's like, Bubba the Great. Yeah. Because I have these, do you know that when they did American Horror Story season 3 with the witches, I I mean, I got that together on a series and I watched it like my partner and I binged watch it. If we weren't sleeping, we were watching it. We watched the whole thing fucking straight through because it was like watching the story of my I couldn't explain it. I had to stop watching it. I would have these flashbacks. I would start crying. One of my oh my gosh. Okay, Ange, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to watch it. It is going to change it. Where are you from? It is going to change your it's going to flip your fucking wig, dude. It's going to blow your mind because there were moments where I was like, I mean, if I didn't know and it, like that Kathy Bates is like that, you know what I mean? Like if I didn't know they were actors, I would think every single one of them was actually playing. I mean, Stevie Nicks actually plays herself in it. It's all about the witches. The Conjuring. Oh, The Conjuring bothered you a lot. Okay, so we're going to talk about that. So watch that, but go into it like calling on your higher self, calling on archangel to protect you, and like and having awareness, right? So listen, anxiety and depression, when I saw this, it another thing that blew my mind, and I was like, of course, that makes perfect sense. So I watched this thing and they said if you are depressed, it's because you're living in the past, and if you have anxiety, it's because you're in some type of fear, control, or concern of the future and the uncertainty of it. And if you're a fucking Leo, of course. So do you know your other placements? Like, do you know your sun, your moon? Like, let's get into this. Anna, I know like it's probably late for you. Anna's in the UK. So, but thanks for hanging out and, you know, be here when you want to be here. I love it. I love it. I love it. Anna's like, bless you. She's like, bless you, Ange. Anxiety is not nice. No, it sucks. The Conjuring bothers you because you've dealt with this in other lifetimes. You guys, most of us have had some type of encounter or run-in with demons, shadow, darkness, evil. I mean, I've looked evil right in the face in my human, like not in a movie, not, I mean, I've seen things. One of my I almost married. He's a dear friend of mine, but I when they were using and they were on drugs, I will never forget. And this is before I really awakened to what I was, but I knew in that moment when the way they were acting, the things they were doing, that person that I was in love with would never do those things to me. They would never hurt me like that. They just wouldn't do those things to me. They would never do that. But this person was like destroying, like we were living in Chicago in an apartment. Now we weren't in, it wasn't when I lived in my vintage high rise, but we were still like I was in a raised first or whatever, you know? So I was about 2 floors up, but these are Chicago apartments where like they're 10-foot ceilings. So it was pretty high. It was almost like being on the 3rd floor, basically. He starts throwing my precious antiques out the window. I mean, out the window. I don't know where that came from. Out the window. And I was like, don't do it. I'm like, don't do it. I'm like, don't. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, oh my God. And he's just like, literally like fucking like he had, this is when I was going to school to learn guitar, and I had the most beautiful flat back ovation that was worth thousands of dollars. That was like, you know, mother of pearl inlaid, you know, built-in tuner, flat back ovation. Like it was a limited series. I mean, it was a beautiful fucking guitar, and he was holding it out the window. I go, don't fuck. I'm like, dude, don't fucking do it. You know, he took one of my dragon, like I had these, like they were from like hundreds of years old from China, these dragon like candle holder things. I can't even explain them. I could use it as a weapon. It was like 25 pounds. There were 2 of them, and I had them on either side of my door. They were so fucking cool. They were my protectors. And he fucking threw one out the window and it damaged it. Like I could never, I mean, they were in mint condition, perfect. And so when I finally, like I said, I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police right now. And I had to call the cops on him, and it sucked, but I had to do it. And when he was getting to the door, I said, hey, and he turned around and looked at me, and I just looked at him and I go, who the fuck are you? I go, who the fuck are you? And he just looked at me and with these demon dark black eyes. And I was like, holy shit. And he was like, ha ha ha. And he let out this laughter that I was like, what the fuck? And I said, get out of here now. And he left because even though I didn't know what I was, it knew what I was. It knew what I was. And it knew that because no matter what, we are powerful fucking light workers. And even though we can go into the shadows of the demons and the darkness that we co-created, by the way, we all co-created. Every time that we face it, we get stronger. I loved that man, but his demon was stronger than me. And, you know, it is what it is. So the darkness is coming for all of us right now. And this is not to put fear or inject any type of fear. This is to remind you that you're badass motherfuckers. If you are here today, if you found yourself on this channel, if you're watching this today, do not get it twisted. Anna said, demon attachments. Yes. And it sucks. And that's what was going on with my partner. Yesterday, I had to finally just be like, I looked him in the face and I said, this is it. I said, do you know what today is? I said, it's August 2nd. I said, do you know what 8 and 2 are? 10. Endings and new beginnings. I said, this is the Lionsgate portal and it ain't going to be open forever. And I said to him, and all the times I've told him, like, I'm not going to stay around forever, or I'm not going to put up with whatever. I'm going to, whatever. I would say what I meant and I would do it. But then he'd come back and we'd work through it. And it was like, we've been playing this dance for a decade. But yesterday he saw it and I saw that he saw it. And it was the first time I knew that he knew and I knew and we all knew. And that was it. I was like, this is it. I go, this is it. I said, you choose me and you choose to walk forward with me. I said, or I'm leaving. I said, I love you and I wish you well. And I started bawling. I said, I looked at him and I go, I'm leaving. And it's starting to make me cry. And his little brow furrowed and the one eye went up and the fucking tears came out. And I was like, I just crawled into his, he was like leaning against this thing and the fucking waves are crashing. And I crawled in between the fence and him. And I said, look at me. I said, look at me. I said, you're not that energy. I said, you're in the shadow right now. You're in the dark night of the soul. I'm like, get out. I'm like, I go, you are stronger than what is holding you. And it's like things change. And I felt it. And I felt him all day. I said, let's play. Let's go have fun. Let's go play. And we went and played in the water. And I took some great videos of him and some pictures. Oh, I'm getting emotional. So, I confronted his shadow, but he confronted his shadow. All I did was hold space for him. He had to do his own work. I just was his mirror, and he knew it. So Anne says she has seen a spirit in her place. She has a pic of it. Oh, I believe it. Yay. And Anna says, that's great, Lula. Yeah, but it's like sometimes we have to fight back. And, I've been trying to be cool with Alder, but this was like it was like real. I wasn't crying to be like, I wasn't manipulating him. I was just like, listen to me. I will have to go without you. When the shadow and the light are confronted face to face, the light will always win because it's what we come from. And the shadow and the darkness that you're seeing in your place is, if you feel like it's trying to come for you, it is. I've been possessed by demons. I've been thrown by demons. When people say it's not real, I'm like, oh, really? Because I'd like to know what the fuck threw me across the kitchen because nobody was in there. And I might have been about $120 at the time, but I'll tell you what, it's still pretty hard to throw a 120-pound person across a room. So, and it's happened to me multiple times. When I've gone to smudge people's homes, I have literally told them at the beginning of it, you are the problem. And they're like, what? I'm like, yeah, sorry. I know that sucks to hear that. I'm like, but that is your shadow that is either you've created and now it's outside of you and it doesn't know where to live or where to go, or it's somebody else's shadow. Demons or I mean, it's like there you have to love your demons. I love my demons. It was when I embraced my shadow and my darkness that I realized that the only thing that was possessing me was myself. And it sounds, and I understand, right? Because some people are not going to understand what I'm saying because we're at different levels of consciousness. But I think you understand what I'm saying, Ange. Um, Anna says, powerful source. Archangel Michael is our protector. Yes, always call him our Archangel Michael. You know, I mean, let's put it this way. For a lot of us earth angels and light workers, like, you know, I kind of look at it like this. If you're a light worker, you're a light worker. But not all light workers are actual angels. You know, they don't actually come from the angel realm. They may come from other realms in the universe that are healing sources, but they wouldn't actually call themselves angels. It's a long thing, and it's my belief system. It's my, you know what I mean? Like, I see things that spirit shows me. They show me different things all the time. There's definitely a hierarchy system of some kind. We definitely come from something of a source creation, and it's definitely like trickled down. It's like the trickle down effect or the pyramid or whatever. Like, there's a reason why we have them, or in the obelisks and things like that, right? Like, we, you know, but we need to have the unawakened humans here to push our boundaries. We need to have the icky American president sitting right now, right? Like, we need to have that gross energy of someone who, like, literally has no problem cutting healthcare for people and one blink of an eye, and then saying, oh, we're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to build a pretty ballroom with gold. I mean, you know, it's just so outdated. It's such an old, archaic, you know. I said to Holder yesterday, I go, you know, we have to remember that, like, he's living his fantasy right now. I'm like, he's just somebody who was like, I'm going to make this happen. I'm going to make this happen. And I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if I hurt anybody. I don't care, blah, blah, blah. Wherever they come from, wherever, like, whatever, like, they also signed on to play the villain. They signed on to play that role. You know, for all we know, in all their other lifetimes, they were really awesome and super cool. But in this one, they're like, I want to be an arc villain. You know what I mean? I want to be like the meanest. Like, can I be that? I want to play the president, and who's like the asshole who fucking doesn't give a shit about people. You know what I mean? Like, you have to look at it like that, because sometimes I saw this interview some time ago with Naomi Watts. I love her so much. And she's such an advocate for menopause and women and all that right now. And I'm so grateful for it. So that's a whole other realm. But they said, what made you want to do this series? Because, you know, I haven't seen it. I don't even know who's playing what. It was an interview. I guess she's in the new Game of Thrones spinoff or whatever. And she said something, and I'm paraphrasing, but she said something like, I always wanted to play a queen. I always wanted to play a queen, or I think she's an evil queen, or whatever she is, whatever it is. She's like, I always wanted to play that. And it's like, that's so interesting. Like, what part of her wants to play that? Like, what part of her wants to be mean? What part of her wants to, you know what I mean? But for, you know, it's cathartic. There's something about working out that energy. Also, Ange, I can't help but come back to the water source. Did you say where you're from? You don't have to say where you're from. You know, you could even say the country. You know, you don't have to say. Sometimes people will say the state, the country. You know, some people will go down to, like, our last guy was like, you know, I'm from Dubai. But you don't have to, you know, it's totally fine. But I can't help but feel like your ancestors, your grandmother on your mother's side, it's both your grandmothers. It's both your grandmothers. That's what it is. That's why I kept getting your mom and your dad. It's almost like, I feel like your grandmothers were very similar, or at least what they're showing me now. So whether that means in their earthbound lives, they were very similar, or that, like, in their ancestry, they were both witches. I'm not 100% what they're saying. Feel free to comment and say anything you want to say. We are here to listen. And we're here to connect with you. So, because they keep showing me their shells again, and I'm going to look at them and see if there's any messages that are coming through. Because, you know, scrying is really powerful, you guys. Oh, I can't wait to show you guys this one. They aren't having me show you now, but I promise I will. So you're from the US. Okay, cool. This particular shell has like this squiggle line, and it kind of looks like a mountain range with So maybe you live in the mountains. I'm seeing like this kind of mountain range, or maybe this is where your ancestors are from. I don't know. Or maybe it's oh gosh, that's so interesting because at first I saw a mountain range. So this might be for another tribe member. And I'll put pictures in the my community section. If you subscribe, you're allowed to comment and you're allowed to post as well. If you have like something about what you do, or if you have something that you think that the tribe would really love, whether it's a meditation or music or a movie you really liked. Oh my gosh, by the way, Anna, before we get into this, Anna, Point of No Return is free on YouTube this month. That's one of our favorite movies of all time. That's like one of our favorite movies we share. Oh, my mother always said, never mind the little things. Ooh, maybe you're all meant to watch it, but that's so good. It's with Bridget Fonda, and it's a take on the La Femme Nikita. So that's really powerful. So that's for somebody. I almost feel like there's somebody in our tribe who could be a secret person. Yeah, awesome, Anna. There might be somebody in our tribe who is with the Secret Service or the FBI. I see that come up a lot in my stuff, and I didn't understand. I thought it was just because it's one of my favorite albums from Lily Tomlin, but it's more than that. So it's okay if you guys don't always want to say your names or say who you are, but you want to speak. No one can see you. Even when you talk, all I can see is your handle. I don't know anything. I don't see anything. But anyway, on one side, I saw like a singular person. So maybe this message has been coming through. Make sure to check out the description box, you guys, because there's some links to some of the latest readings that I've done for the tribe. Pick a readings. They're really powerful. Use your intuition or your pendulum. You can always use a coin, but just make sure you wash it real good and you bless it, and make sure you ask spirit to only allow your higher self to whatever's in your greatest and highest good kind of thing, and decide whether you want heads or tails, yes or no. And sometimes you might get a false positive. So, but anyway, I'm just hearing for some of you that it's check out the picker readings. And Anne's just said, what energy are you getting from me? That's interesting. Like I said, magical, witchy, powerful, awesome. But there's definitely a sadness. There's definitely like, I feel like you're holding back in some way. So in this rock, or in this shell, it looks like a rock, but in this shell, I see like there's like one, like I said, it looks like a mountain range, but then with fog, but then at the bottom, there's like just one dot. And it's like kind of imprinted, almost like somebody put their thumb in there. And I feel like for some of you, you need some solitude. I think, Ange, you need some time alone. This is your reading, but I've been saying this for a while to everybody. You need some time alone. On the flip side of this shell, it's bringing me back to the water, and I see it looks like waves at the bottom, and I see a full moon, and it looks like a cliff. So literally a week, or not even now. So in 5 days, we have the Lionsgate portal. That'll be the most powerful magic of all time. And I don't quote me, but I think I'm going live. I'm almost positive I'm going live. Years ago, I went live. I think it was 3 years ago. I went live, and that was the biggest hit we ever had, you guys. We had like 321 people. It was so cool. And when I went live, we gained like 250 subscribers in a week. Do you guys remember that? It was fucking crazy. It was really nutty, but in a beautiful way. And I feel like that's what we're meant to do again. And so this Friday, I'm assuming they're going to have me do noon because it's more of a universal time, noon Pacific Standard Time. Yay, Anna! I hope you don't have to work. Or if you do, I hope you'll be able to join us when you do. But yeah, so it's going to be really cool. I actually asked Spirit if I should go somewhere in nature, because like that place that I was telling you that Alder and I went to last week, it was yesterday. I love it. But when we went to that place yesterday, I couldn't believe my phone came in. I actually had to put it into airplane mode before, because I wanted to just like be connected to the water and the sea and the shells. But these specific shells I took pictures of, they had me, there were so many. I mean, just feels like millions right there. So I'll be doing some scrying with this. I don't know how it's going to take place. But yeah, I'm getting mountains for some of you. But anyway, I really wanted to be in nature, but my phone came in there. I mean, if I could go live there, that would be amazeballs. So I'll sit with Spirit and see, but I'll let you guys know for sure. I'll send a video out Thursday night on the 7th. I'll send a video, and then I'll send a reminder video like I always do, like an hour before now, that on every Sacred Sunday, Spirit has me post the video, and it's awesome. I think it really works that way, you know? Oh, your sun's in Leo. Okay, so your sun's in Leo. So do you have anything in water? Is your moon in water? Is your rising in water? Because if your birthday is today, obviously you're a Leo. So your sun's in Leo. That's a lot of fire energy. That's also a lot of yang energy. That's a lot of masculine energy. So you could be struggling more right now as well. Look up your birth chart. PamGregory.com has a free birth chart. It's not an extensive one, but it's a nice, simple, easy one. And I think it's a great one for people to start out. And if you want to get your birth chart done, there's definitely more extensive ones that are free that you can find online. But Pam Gregory is a very trusted source. She's an amazing old crone. I just love her to pieces. So I'm hearing from Spirit that a lot of people who have a lot of yang energy, see, I feel that way for you too, Ange, because most of my chart, 70% of my chart is yang energy, and it's really intense. And so even though outwardly I'm a woman, I'm very girly actually in the way I dress and look in a lot of ways, but I'm like, I mean, I always feel like I want to adjust my balls, you know what I mean? Like, you know, and I've heard that my whole life. And I've actually had a lot of men that have broken up with me, and even when I was younger, like if I wanted to date certain, you know, boys, or liked certain boys or had crushes on them, they were like, you're just a dude, like I just think of you like a dude. I'm like, yeah, I know, you know. And it didn't matter. It's like I could be cute like the other girls or whatever, but it was like I just carried this more like, you know, like I'm just one of the boys. But now I'm so grateful because of them, because of you, right? Because of them, I've actually really become empowered with healing. And a lot of old energy has been coming back into my life, a very heavy masculine energy, to help remind me, like, not just who I am, but like dealing with my partner, you know, because even though my partner outwardly is very masculine and he's like a man's man, and his dad was like, you know, be a man, you know, kind of thing. He's 53. He's also very sensitive. He's a triple Gemini and his moon's in Sag, you know, that's pretty intense. So, you know, when you start to like look at who we are, breaking it down, he's very feminine in his chart. He's actually, so, you know, this balance of finding ourselves right now, the divine masculine is on the down low, right? Like the divine masculine's going through heavy shadow right now. So the male, especially really strong male identified, and the masculine energy in all of us is taking a fucking hit. That's why Gaia has been pushing for us to connect more with nature, because nature herself is a divine feminine organism. So even if you have plants that are feminine or masculine, it doesn't matter, or trees or whatever. It's like you're still connecting and grounding with the earth. So I highly suggest, Ange, to get outside barefoot where it's safe, where you know it's safe to walk barefoot. Make sure that you ground. Walk barefoot as much as possible, even in the winter. You know, I walk through. I try not to walk in the snow because that's a little harder, but there is, like, I'm very blessed to live in a place where there's a lot of moss on the ground. So I find that, especially when the moss is really spongy, I love to take my shoes off and walk through the forest. There's nothing more magical of having your shoes and socks off and connecting directly to source. And that's what's happening right now. You know, they've been doing this, like, look at the monkey bullshit, trying to get us to live outside of our natural state, to live outside of our natural selves that are love and light and sunshine and happiness and rainbows, and everybody wins, you know? When they started this thing in America where, like, at competitive things for children, it was, you know, everybody gets a trophy. And I was watching this interview with, like, I saw one interview with a very male-dominated woman and a very male-dominated man, and they were interviewing them about it, and they had so much hatred and disdain about it. I was like, wow. And both of them, their key points were like, no, why should the child who works really fucking hard not get the first place trophy? Like, they should get the first place trophy. If they win, then they win. They're like, and then, that's the way it goes. And then it goes second, third, fourth. Like, that's the way it goes. Like, why can't you teach your child that that it's okay, you don't have to be a winner, that everybody doesn't get a trophy? And it was like just watching these adults debate over whether kids should get trophies or not was so eye-opening to me. I was like, oh my gosh, you could just see the unlived lives of the parents in these, poor children's existence. And that's what everything is right now. The world right now is a bunch of kids who are living or trying to live, the unlived lives of their parents and so on and so on. And it's those of us who walk in the now. Your anxiety, and is because you are unsure of the unknown. But that's the beauty of it. They want us to be comfortable. The very first card you got was gain knowledge by surrendering to the universal flow. Hey, you know what I'll do, you guys? I'll put pictures of your readings in the community section, my community section, and put your name, like your handle next to it or whatever, or your whatever. And then so you can kind of see the pictures. And if spirit draws me to take pictures of the medicine book that they come from, I will. Otherwise, it really is for you to search on your own. I mean, let's put it this way. You got the elk in reverse and the mountain lion in reverse, but you got the moose in the upright. And that's the most powerful. That's the 11. So I feel like you are divinely connected, and it, like but it's just you need some confirmation and finding your family. We're your family. I had to step away from my blood and bone family. My grandma didn't say like, oh, I'm sure we had slaves. It's like she didn't say it like to be cavalier about it. She was just saying like my grandmother was born in 1930, so she knew her own grandmother and her great grandmother. Do you know what I'm saying? So like she knew like the lineage of like what it could be, because we have Cherokee in my grandmother's bloodline. So there were definitely family members who strayed from the white bread, French royalty, the UK. I'm one of these days. So I know it's in my destiny to have a lot of money and be famous. I've known it my whole entire life. I've had my birth chart done by people who are like, dude, there's no way you won't be famous, and I was okay with it just being like YouTube or whatever, but I feel like it's going to be on a grander scale. But I'm happy about that, because I'm like, I want to be on Finding Your Roots so bad, because I want to know, like, because I get so many different things from my ancestors. But I learned something over the years, that there are some energies that cross over that still bear grudge. Those are what I believe are like the ghosts or the shadow people energy, although no, I take that back, because the shadow people are completely different. I feel like the shadow people are where the demons come from, but they have the best fucking sense of humor. So I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, it took me years. I was so afraid of the demons and the darkness and the shadow for so long, until I started confronting them one by one. And then I got less afraid. And then I realized I have more power than them. So, Ange, another thing, your mission, should you choose to accept it, and I've said this to the tribe for years, and I'll keep saying it until they tell me not to. Wicked is a great analogy. So think of the Wizard of Oz and Wicked, and like, of course, right? Like, she's the Wicked Witch of the West, but why is she wicked? Because she fucking was like, this is bullshit. I mean, we're watching Wicked unfold in front of us right now. Like last year when I saw Wicked on the big screen, even though I saw it in the musical like 20 plus years ago when it first came out, and I took my mom to see it, and like, it was just like a whole, like, it's almost like I forgot about it. It's like I forgot the story, I mean, I liked it, I enjoyed it, and I knew some of the songs, but I wasn't like a huge like diehard fan where I remembered every second of it. When I watched the movie, it's like, holy shit, like, knowing what I am now and having what I am. Not only that, I went and saw it on my birthday, which was December 13th, which was Friday the 13th, so crazy. And so there are no accidents, right? I mean, it came out fucking around Thanksgiving, and then like there I get to go, and I saw it at a small theater, in my local town, where it was like, I might as well watch it on a big screen TV, but still it was really neat. Like, everybody who was in there was like all these like interesting things that are happening. I don't know how to explain it, but so these are the alignments that they're talking about. Yes. So the Conjuring movies used to scare me, and and that's why I started telling you about getting thrown around my body, like being possessed. When they talk about What's that thing, you guys, when you're sleeping, the sleep paralysis? So what's happening is it's like you're allowing you're taking things from other dream states. Okay? So there are some energies and entities that have learned how to cross between the barriers. They've learned how to cross, they've learned how to use, manipulate, and utilize vortexes, portals, dimensions, anything that we've ever seen exists. We are in the matrix. Like we are a movie, we are like a parody of ourselves. That's what I'm saying right now. Everything's a fucking movie. So The Conjuring I thought was really interesting because like this dude who just went and saw the doll from The Conjuring and he died. I was like, well, I'm sure he did. I'm sure there probably is something fucking living inside of that doll. But you know, that doesn't mean like right now I'm like, push back, Annabelle, get the fuck back. I love you, sister, but you can't come in here. Like just now, she tried coming in. So listen, that's when you do that, exactly like that. That is that. Okay, this says message is held for review. View message. Ooh, interesting. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. You see that shit. Oh, because it's a swear word. Okay. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying, though. So you need to. Oh, that's so funny that they heard. You know, I swear like a sailor. So I think it's funny that you said shit and they fucking. No, no, God, no, please. Don't. No, it's okay. I'll put show. It says show or hide. I'll fucking show it. No, it's a word. They're just words. It says another monitor just handled it. Oh my gosh. Are you guys, do I have you guys as monitors? Oh my gosh. I don't know. I don't know how I do things or whatever, but that's cool. So whoever is here is meant to be here for this too. So, you have to think of Glinda the Good Witch and her bubble. And do you remember in the Wizard of Oz that we know of, right? Where Glinda starts laughing when the Wicked Witch is like, I'm gonna kill you and your pretty dog. And she starts laughing and she's like, bitch, get out of here. You have no fucking power here. That's basically what Glinda said, but she said it in a, ha ha, this is an old movie and ha 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 ha, we don't swear. She's like, be gone before a house falls on you too. So when I started working with people who were really scared of the shadow and all that, that's what I would say. I'm like, just remember when they try to possess your body, when they do possess your body, if they get in your body, because the time that they really try to come in is when you're falling asleep and when you're waking up. So they're in that weird consciousness state. And some of them have gotten really fucking good at it. But just because they're good at it doesn't mean that you're not better, because remember, the light is always going to overtake the shadow. And once you believe in that, I mean, when Spirit had me put this together, I don't remember what the title was, but I think they said something about believing in magic and miracles. That's what this is about. You have to believe that you are the fucking mountain lion. You know what? I'm like, it's in reverse, but I feel like they want me. I'm going to at least give you, I'm going to sit with Spirit for a minute and ask them, because I just pulled it out of the library. Let me see. Do we want to at least give her some keywords for her? Because the whole point of this journey, and is for you to research it. When you research something on your own, you are like 100% more, you will retain that information so much more, like 100% more, if you research it yourself. But however, I want to give you a little bit of insight. So every single one of these spirit animals has a keyword or a phrase. Never say you're sorry. Never, please. Never apologize to me for anything, honestly, because thank goddess, I had one of the most beautiful magical witches in the world who beat the sorry out of me, because I grew up in the Midwest and she literally, like, you guys know, I talk about her all the time. She was my Chattanooga sweetheart. Every time I see Chapel Roan, I'm like, as magical as Chapel Roan is, and I know she's her own entity, my friend Viv is from Chattanooga, Tennessee, and she was like she reminds me so much of her. I can't even tell you. Like, I feel like she was like kind of the original, if that makes sense. I feel like even if Chapel met her, would probably be like, dude, I totally feel it. But anyway, she had the best Southern accent ever. And when we were roommates, she's like, it's driving me crazy how much you apologize for things. And I said, what are you talking about? She's like, you apologize all the time. I'm like, do I? She's like, yes. And I remember I said it in front of our other sister witch friend, our friend Mel. And I asked again, I'm like, do I say sorry a lot? They're like, yes. And she goes, You say you're sorry for blood. She's like, and she goes, you say you're sorry for ever being born. And she said in her like really good Chattanooga, Tennessee, like Southern drawl, she was just like, she goes, I'm sad and I'm sorry for you that you were raised with people that fucking made you feel like you had to constantly apologize. And so I just want to say to you, do your best to work that out of your vocabulary. Right now, like for your next year around the sun, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to remember who you are, take your power back, stop apologizing for being awesome. And the mountain lion in reverse is, well, here's the key word. So the key word for the mountain lion is leadership. And the first, they're only going to have me read a little bit of it because it's powerful. And it says, if your mountain lion card is reversed, you may be playing with fire. A leader who tries to lead through tyranny or dictatorship has forgotten the medicine of truth. Through the reversal of this medicine, you may be tricked into believing that nothing else has validity except the ideas created by yourself. Watch out. Rome crumbled for this very reason. If this aspect of the contrary medicine does not apply to your situation, look at other messages which Mountain Lion brings in the reversed position. If you are avoiding taking your place of leadership, it could be because the whole idea just scares you silly. This is a normal state of affairs for one who has never been a leader before. In this instance, it is necessary to call upon the courage of lion and to begin by learning the lessons of the lion-hearted. I mean, hello, Sister Witch, you're a fucking Leo, man. Don't apologize for being awesome. Leos are the star, man. They're the star. But there's a lot of insecurity, the shadow of Leo. And remember that we have 5 retrogrades going on right now. And retrograde makes us look at things slower. My partner was saying to me yesterday that he was watching this science report thing where they said like the earth is literally moving faster. Why do you think all of these things are happening? Like, you know, like Gaia's just kind of stretching and coming back to life. She's like, yeah, another flood. Yep, another volcano. Yep, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Yep, a tsunami. Yep, that's going to happen. Yep. You know what I mean? But they don't want us to be in fear. They don't want us to live in fear. Anna just said it. Leos are great. Drink some water. Stay hydrated, you guys. Stay hydrated. Anna's a fellow Sag like me. So like, you know, we really hold our fire family up high because, you know, we've just been told so much in our life, you know, you're too much. You're too much. You're too much. Well, you know what? Maybe you're not enough. Maybe you're too little. You know, one of the best things I ever got from that is Elise Myers. If you guys don't know Elise Myers, please find her. She's someone who just did something like this. She just started something on YouTube and now she's amazing. She's multi-talented. She's famous for being herself. And I feel like that's what's going to happen with a lot of us. Like, that's what I said to Alder. I'm like, I don't know if it's going to be for my music or being a medium or for Bubba. I'm like, I just know like, it's just for just being my truth, for just speaking my truth. I've spent 53 fucking years on this journey. I've traveled through, you know, I don't even know how many countries and 35 of American states and lived in 5 states and moved 30 plus times, searching. Well, my family's calling me a fuck up, a loser, you know, and you know, now it's like, oh, she's just into the wanderlust thing. Oh, it makes sense you live in an RV. That's just your lifestyle. Or it's like always trying to put a label on me, always trying to understand. And it's like, if you just listen to me, you would understand. You don't need to, I'm not some, you know, map that you need to figure out. I'm pretty fucking transparent. And I feel like a lot of us in the fire, we've been hanging back in the shadows because we want people to like us. We want people to love us. We want to feel accepted. But you know what? Fuck that. Now the tides have turned. You know, wear what you want to wear. Boo-hoo. My mom came through earlier. That's my mom. Now I feel like my mom, I was going to say be who you are, but my mom goes, I literally felt my mom channel through me and my mom goes, boo-hoo. Like, you know what I mean? Like, let them, right? Let them. This is your story. This is your show. And it's your birthday. Happy fucking birthday. You know what I mean? So, no more fear. No more fear. That is the shadow. And you may be in the dark night of the soul, or you may be coming out of it. And you may have a few years that suck. I mean, I haven't had the best time, but you know what? I have grown and I have changed and I have become. You're becoming, Ange. You're just becoming. And it's a scary time for everybody. And I don't like to use fear-based words, but it's the only word that I feel like people understand. It's like it's an uncomfortable time, but it's a transition and it's into new earth. And if you can remember that power to the people. Um, I said it in earlier in Khan's reading, but I'm going to say it again. Please, you guys, watch Kamala Harris, her interview with Stephen Colbert from the other night. It's so powerful. It's the first time she's given an interview. I mean, you think it's on an accident. She's so awesome and methodical, but in all the good ways. You know what I mean? Like, she's so fucking smart, methodical. So, you know, people are like, what are the Democrats doing? Why are they holding back? Why? It's like, you know what? You should be more fucking scared that they're quiet. You know what I mean? Like when people are like, oh, it's like, no, be more scared for the people who are outwardly doing shit, because usually when people are getting shit together, you know, people are like, where's Anonymous? Where blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, trust me, they're working. They're working. You may not see it. It may not be outright, because it's the power is when we go through the lessons individually so that we can put it on a grander scale. So a lot of the light workers right now, we're in the year of the snake, of rebirth and shedding our skin. So, you know, next year is the year of the horse. That's about freedom. Also, 2025 is a 9-year. Next year is 2026, which is a 10-year, about completion and, you know, and new beginnings. By the time we get to 2027, it's an 11-year. That's ones across the board, baby. It's all brand new, but everything has to get worse before it gets better. And I've been where you guys are, in that shadow, in that darkness. Oh my gosh, just watch last week. I mean, just watch last Sacred Sunday. I lost my fucking noodle. I had to. I was like, you know, I was like losing my mind. I'm like, because it's like everything in my power tells me that like this is my person, but like then there's this other side of me that's like showing me this other life and showing me these other alternatives. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing to me? I'm like, are you trying to fuck with me? And Spirit's like, yes. We are being tested, but it's like sometimes the shadow doesn't come in a dark, sinister fucking, like you said, you have a picture of it, Ange, right? Like I remember one time when I was staying with a friend of mine, and I had lived there before. We were roommates before. And so she's like, oh, I set up your old room. She's like, I'm like, oh, it's so cute. I couldn't wait. I wasn't afraid to be there, nothing. But at that, I wasn't who I was back then. This was many, many, many moons later. And I had awakened my witch, and she's a really powerful witch. And like her parents, like, you know, she's an only child. Her parents died in an accident together. She was really close to her parents. And like, all of a sudden I walked into her house and everything was exactly the same like when I lived there. I mean, of course, some things changed, but like, you know, certain furniture, pictures on the wall, like her parents' picture, like right there on this beautiful, you know, because of course she lost her parents when she was young. It was very sad. So long story short, right when I saw the picture, they both like came to life and started talking to me. And I was like, holy shit. And I was like, when's this gonna, I'm like, because this was a friend that even though they're open-minded about certain things, but I was like, I don't know if they can, you know. So anyway, here I was sleeping in the room I'm familiar with, in a house full of beautiful, loving, awesome people. And all of a sudden I heard this. I can't replicate it, and I'm not even going to try. But all of a sudden I heard this really, just imagine hearing like what a demon sounds like, just in your own head. You know what I mean? Because it's probably what I heard. But it was just such a, like a heavy breathing kind of like, you know, and I could feel that it was in the room. And I was staying in Chicago downtown, and the building that I was staying in was like one of the buildings that like, you know, was rebuilt right after the Chicago fire. So it was in like the late 1800s. And yeah, it was pretty fucking intense. All of a sudden I look in the corner and it's black as night. One corner is out the window and I can see the fire escape, and it's in the city, and you know what I mean? Like I can see it's like an old gray stone. Like I can see like what they call brownstone, but they call them brownstones, gray stones. And all of a sudden this light came in from the window, and I noticed that everywhere in the whole entire fucking room, you can at least see a little bit except for this one corner. And I'm like, I get it. It's the corner furthest away from the light. But it wasn't until they blinked and I saw their green eyes with like these red like lasers in the middle that look like lasers. And I saw them, and then their body started to move out of the shadow, and all of a sudden it was like, you remember the old, remember those old mummy movies where the mummy's like, and they're like kind of coming for you like Day of the Dead, like kind of like a zombie, but like kind of slow. It's like it started coming towards me, and I was like, ah! And I remember putting the covers over my head. Now, mind you, I'm in my 40s, you guys, right? So it just goes to show that inner child never fucking, it didn't matter. That blanket was going to protect me, but it did. And they got closer and closer till they were like right next to my ear. And I was so scared. And the more scared you get, the more power they have. So don't fucking fit into it. And then all of a sudden, all of everything that I had been learning, I had been walking with this really powerful shaman, and all of a sudden it was like I saw my Native American ancestors come through. I saw everything, and all of a sudden, like under my breath, I said, "Get the fuck out of this house now." And they left. And the whole entire time I was there, I was visited by all these different ghosts. I mean, I was in Chicago for I don't know how many weeks, but I was like, dude, I had to get the fuck out of there. I was losing my mind. Bubba actually like left. That's when if you guys remember, this was so long ago. That's when we first moved to the farm. And when I was going to be in Chicago, remember I was doing the traveling readings. I was doing anyway, long story short, I was there for almost a month. And while I was gone, Alder had to move. I knew we were going to move, like we found the place together, but the day that we were going to move in, I was going to be out of town. So, he told me everything was fine, that Bubba was fine. I was like, how's she doing in the new place? Have you let her outside yet? Because, Bubba's Bubba. You can't she's going to go outside. There's no way, like, she's going outside. He's like, yeah, she's fine. She's cool. She's fine. And he's like, she came back in last night. Like, everything's fine. I'm like, okay, cool. And then like a few days after that, that situation, Alder called me, and I said, are you okay? Like, what's going on? And he's like, well, I didn't want to say anything, but he's like, Bubba's gone. And I was like, what do you mean she's gone? And he's like, she's gone. And I'm like, you mean she died? I'm like, she died? And he's like, no, I mean, like, she's been gone for 5 days. I'm like, 5 days? I'm like, what do you mean she's been gone for 5 days? I'm like, she's never done that before. Freaked out. I was like, oh my God. I'm like, what's happening? But during that time, I was noticing like being in the city, because I traveled all over. I was in Wisconsin. I was in Illinois, Indiana, and Michigan. And I traveled all 4 of those states, and I was staying in all different places with different people. So I was having different experiences. But that last bit that I was in Chicago, I was like in the city, and I was in like a really like what used to be an affluent part of the city, but had gone kind of like to this shit, So the energy there was really intense. And I knew I needed to go, but I kind of felt like I wanted to keep working because I was making a lot of money and we needed it at the time. And so we just moved, and I was like, no, I need to make more money. And Bubba, literally, I booked my ticket. Like, I called my friend and I was like, dude, can you spot me some money until I make a little bit more? And, she was like, yeah. And so I booked my flight, and Bubba literally came home like a few hours after I booked my flight. Like, talk about being connected. But I knew I needed to leave that energy. So, and it could be that like where you are, that's why I push a lot of you guys when you're living in big cities or staying in, certain places, you have to be really mindful of your energy. If you don't protect yourself, if you're not guarding your energy, and you're just like an open, like you're basically, one of my shamans explained it like this. They're like, because I broke my tooth when I was a kid, so I know what it's like to have an exposed nerve in my mouth. It's like so fucking painful. If you've ever had any teeth stuff, that there's, or any nerve kind of stuff or back, whatever, like, there is just like, if you eat something cold or something, hot, you're like, oh, like your vagus nerve, like your whole body just feels like it's rattled. That's what it feels like being an empath who's unprotected, who's not like, that's why so many of us light workers work with Archangel Michael. I believe they're there anyway, But you have to remember that if you're going through something, they can only interject if you allow them to. So you have to call on them to be there, especially for our earth angels. These are your fellow brothers and sisters in arms, fellow warrior angels, however you want to, align with them. It's between you and them. But, you have to remember that, like, and some of them, like Enoch and Metatron, like there are some that have, Jesus, they've been incarnate before. I mean, I can go on, like John Lennon. There's so many, and Earth Angels, like that movie Michael with John Travolta, like people don't expect Archangel Michael to smoke and drink and whatever. He's like, are you kidding? When I get to be human for a minute, he's like, that's fun being human, right? So it is, and it's a privilege, but don't lose sight of who you are. You're a natural leader. So the mountain lion is in reverse because I'm going to put it back upright for you to remind you that you're a leader and, not to cower away from it. Also, each one of these animals comes with their own saying. And the mountain lion says, mountain lion, O kingly leader of sleek feline form, touch my heart with courage, then sound the alarm, that I may lead with foresight, assurance, bright and true, to carry on the spirit of the strength I see in you. Oh, and that's you, Ange. I mean, it's like, I kind of feel like you're like, it's like Your Majesty. I almost feel like we should be bowing to you right now because I don't even think you realize like how powerful and magical you are and how much you have so much from like voodoo, like old magic. But it's not just that. Like you've been white before too, by the way. I bet you feel that. Like, and I feel like I'm feeling Scotland or like that part of the world. So if you have any connection to the UK, like I wouldn't be surprised. Or maybe it's in your bloodline now. Blessed be, yay, Anna, woo! Yes, and I mean the fact that you showed up this sacred Sunday, you're 31. It's episode 13. It comes out to the number 11, which is the number of the angels, the number of the witches. Plus, every time I see 11 and 13 together, that's like Bulgardash, or not Bulgardash. That's a negative, right? But it's like, but I don't know. I feel like somebody wanted me to say that. But it's a positive. You know what I mean? Like that's spirit really telling you because 13 is the number of the divine feminine. It's not just the divine. It's not just the witchy number. It's the number of the divine feminine. So don't fight your masculine right now. Lean into it. If you're pissed off, be pissed off. Like I said, I was feeling, I'm not going to lie, I was feeling a little shame over the work I did, over like when Leo was coming in and all that. And then I had to like completely like shift it. I had to flip it and turn it myself. And yesterday I realized that I wasn't like quote unquote saving my marriage or saving my Jessica's here. Hey Jessica. Oh my gosh, another all-star. Yay, welcome Jessica. Anna's here. I don't know how long you've been here, dude, but we've been having a blast today. Boulder Dash. So is Boulder Dash a good thing or not a good thing? Can you explain it to me, somebody? Because I don't know. Because I felt like that's what wanted to come out, but it felt like when I said Boulder, it felt like it was coming out in an accent. Jessica's like, hello, tribe. Yeah, so like we're just like, there's just some powerful stuff. I just felt it. I felt it yesterday. But I felt like it was sink or swim. I felt like the angels were like, it's gonna be okay, because he's just been so negative and he's been so mean to me. And I just started crying and I'm like, I can't do this anymore. I'm like, I don't want to be around anyone who's mean to me anymore. I don't want to do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't stand for it. I won't stand for it. If you're going through something, I'll hold space for you and I will love you and hold your hand. But I won't stand for being treated like I don't exist or being treated like I am not loved, or like, because I said to him, I go, that's not you. I'm like, that's this old fucking dark patriarchal energy that wants me to feel unseen, that wants to make me feel unloved, that wants me, I go, that's narcissism, that's gaslighting, that's ego, and that's the shadow of Leo. And we're in the Leo moon. You guys, it's going to even amp up more, because not only because the Lionsgate portal is going to be so wide open in 5 days, but the day after that, we have the full moon in Aquarius. So, it's like everything's going to get more and more illuminated. Like, it's just going to be, there's just so much that's happening. And Spirit is saying, like, you guys, don't feed into it. Don't lean into that, like lean into the shadow to heal and work with it. Absolutely. But don't live there. Do not live there. Jessica, my uncle in Georgia says, I'm not sure, but I loved, your uncle in Georgia says it. I'm not sure, but I loved hearing it. Was in a funny context. That's what I always felt like too. And yeah, he uses a fake accent when he says it. Oh, is he still with us? I was gonna say because maybe that's him because I heard a male voice. I literally heard a male voice and it sounded like they were sign it felt like they were trying to say Balderdash, but yeah, then it's him. Is his name Dan or Daniel, or I feel like something with a D. Um, but we also spoke with Dubai earlier today, so that's interesting. Um, that's so crazy. That's so crazy. Um, David. That's it. It's David. Hi, David. I was going to see, he said it really quickly and he was laughing really hard. Oh, he's funny. He's funny. He's hitting his knee. He cracks himself up. He's here right now. He says hello. He is funny. He literally like he keeps going back and he's laughing. He's smacking his own knee. Like he's a cut up. He loves himself. And I love that he loves himself. Like I kind of feel like he was always the joy of the party. Yay, thanks, David, for coming in. It's funny because I saw a D and I thought it was an N and an I, so I must have saw a V in reverse and thought it was an N. So welcome, that's beautiful. So stick and work with that mountain lion spirit medicine, Ange, okay? I want you to go further into that and work with it for your protection. And also, it's time for you to be the leader of your own life. And then let's go into the elk number 3, because I do feel like a lot of these for us. Also, my book just opened to number 6, the snake, which is also the double of 3. So 3, 6, 9, those are all real powerful numbers for us this year because it's a 9-year. And snakes are about transmutation. And I don't know if you're a musician, or if this is a sign for one of us, but this piece of music just fell out and it says, and there she is, walking on air she is. So I don't know who that's for. And on the back of it, there's red, white, and black. And it almost feels like the red feels like somebody got a sunburn or something. I'm hearing for somebody to be mindful. You're getting too much sun. Somebody's getting a little too much. It's okay to get sun. It's good for you, the vitamin D. Also, you guys, be mindful of what sunscreen you use ever, because you are cooking that into your skin. Okay? So they're like, oh, it's the best sunblock in the world. Yeah, because they're using like a fucking chemical to put on your skin so that the sun can't penetrate it. But that chemical is burning into your fucking, microdermis, or what do you call it? Your dermis, I think a lot of people forget that our skin is the biggest organ of our body. Our skin is an organ. We think of our heart and we think of, but it's an organ. It's not it's not blood, it's not bone, it's an organ. So we need to, be mindful of it, take good care of it. Also, there are so many things you can put on after it. Getting an aloe plant, putting natural aloe on and letting that seep into your skin. So that's for somebody. I literally saw sunburnt legs. So that's for one person that may not be with us today. It might be somebody who watches it later. But anyway, and feel free to comment if you do. And I'm sorry that you have a sunburn, but there's some really great things to use. Frankincense is really good. In fact, I've been, would you guys be interested in buying any tinctures from me? I've been thinking about making tinctures. I have a source person that I think I'm going to start working with locally. It's kind of cool the way it came into my orbit yesterday, so I don't think it's an accident. So if you guys are interested in, a lot of you make your own stuff, but, okay, cool, Jessica, yes. So if you're interested in any of that, I know for myself that there are certain things that I've either tried myself just reading in books, or Jules, one of our tribe members, like she's really good at making tinctures as well. But yeah, I feel like there's something meant to come together for that. Okay, so number 3, elk. Oh my gosh, get this. And it's on page 49. And what is 49? 13. So you're 31, but I feel like by the time you're like 49, like you're going to look back on all this and be like, also, I don't know if this is just for Jessica or if this is for somebody else, but just opened up to number 43, spider weaving, write your book. I heard write your book. And this is from something that one of our all-stars, Anna, gave us. And it's on the back of this. It says, you are a very old soul. This is a message to all of us watching this. Okay. You're a very old soul. You're a great poet, and your writing is so beautiful. Begin today and write your book. Heal with each page. Recall all the amazing miracles and challenges you have faced and conquered in this, your book of life. Get started and enjoy the thoughts that make you who you are. Yes, Jessica's been our spirit animal, our spirit, our archangel, whatever you want to. Ooh, Anna, Jessica, that came out very naturally. Archangel. um, F&A, right? Yeah, exactly, right? Like to get on it. So, but this is like a wink wink from spirit to remind us. And the spider is saying, because in this weaving energy with the deer in the book, the deer asks Spider what she was weaving and why the lines looked like symbols. And Spider replied, "Why, dear, it is time for Earth's children to learn to make records of their progress in their Earth walk." Deer answered Spider, "But they already have pictures that show through symbols, through their stories, of their experiences." "Ah, yes," said Spider, "but Earth's children are growing more complex, and their future generations will need to know more. The ones to come won't remember how to read the petroglyphs." Don't you think it's interesting that they were teaching kids, like they're not teaching cursive anymore? They're like, you don't have to, everything's going virtual, everything's going digital. If everything was going digital, then we would live in a digital planet. We don't. We live in a very organic planet. We have technology, yes. It's a gift from the outer realms, yes. But we are aligning closer and closer with Sirius every day. And what is Sirius? A fucking portal, a vortex, a welcome. Follow the yellow brick road, follow the light to the universe, right? It's when we are really aligned with the entire fucking universe. The Lionsgate portal is the most important time of the year because whether we have Samhain or all these other experiences, a lot of them are earthbound or interdimensional experiences, but it's not the same as these outer experiences of the universe. We are so vast, and Earth is the most important planet right now. I don't know if it's forever. We could be co-creating something else somewhere else. I don't know. We could be all simultaneously doing everything all at once. But I do know that, these books and they're important. Why do you think Hitler wanted to burn all of the art? Do you know how much art and books were lost? People say the book of Enoch was in there. Like all of these things from religions they're lost. They were lost. But however, there are people who read them and know they exist and they wrote about them. So we need to rely on it. So when spirit is like telling us to push forward and do our work, it's because we are needed. When I looked down, you guys, it was 222 from the almost all twos across the board, and then it turned to 24. So 222 is Bubba. That was her coming through. So that's really powerful. I feel like Bubba's here. She's talking to us about that. But also 222 is 6, but then 24 is also 6. And if you add them together, they're 12, which is also number 3. So let's get back to the elk. So do you understand what they're trying to say? It's like, and some people think of it that way, like the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, right? Remember, like in certain religions, they're like, but it's like that, as above, so below, but we're also in between, right? So we have like inner earth, outer earth, like on top of earth, and like the outer realms, like, right, space, the stars. So that is like what they want us to look at. That's where the 9, the Galactic Council and these beings, a lot of indigenous cultures know, they have records of them. They have the pictures. They have all different forms of things that are in caves that are from thousands of years ago. And they're like, that looks like a fucking, flying saucer. That looks like, and people are like, oh, you're stretching. Oh, and they're like, are we though? So we've just been repressed in our thoughts for a long time, and people are waking up at such a rapid rate that the shadow will naturally fall away. But, let them in there, like whatever right now, because karma is doing her job. Remember that. So the elk is about stamina, and because it's in reverse, and it makes sense that you're suffering from anxiety. And I know earlier Anna had mentioned that she was so sorry that you're going through that, and I understand. I feel it as well. So many times through many anxiety attacks is when I tried to kill myself. I'm still here because I wasn't supposed to go. But most of my anxiety attacks, or most of my death threats to myself were during really bad anxiety attacks. And it's because when we're seers and, we're light workers, but earth walkers, we're earth angels, we are starseed warriors, we get triggered very easily because other lifetimes, most likely we went through that. We were burned, we were killed, we were mutilated, horrible things happened to us, we lost limbs, you know what I mean? Like things, I mean, one of our tribe members here, their partner lost part of their limb. That is such an experience that like I really look forward to like talking to them and, through that one day, because I've seen a lot of things that came through. And, you realize that like, it's that moment where we, I feel like we've all gone through some moment of feeling invincible and then realizing that we're not. Yes, Anna, bless them. Exactly, right? Because we never know. I mean, yesterday I had a conversation with, fellow, light workers, and we were talking about, the earthquake that happened, because where we live, the earthquake in Russia, which now I saw right before I started this, Spirit had me see that one of the volcanoes exploded. Well, I mean, I am literally surrounded by volcanoes. There's nowhere for me to go. If the volcanoes around here started to go off, there's nowhere for me to go. I will die here. And if that's my path, then that's my path. I don't think so. I really think I'm meant to live to be an elderly, but who knows? Maybe this is my legacy, and I thought whatever, and I'll be like post, whatever, and I'll be more famous when I'm dead. I don't know. But I'm not concerned about it because I know like that's what's meant to be. But when I saw like they did like the CGI or animation or whatever about the tectonic plates, I've been like researching it more and looking at it. And it's the scientists where I live is like, it's not if it's going to happen, it's a matter of when it's going to happen. So yesterday when we went to where we were an hour closer. You guys, I am literally a 2-hour drive from where the biggest earthquake, they call it like one of the biggest earthquakes in the world, because they haven't had one that big yet. But when it happens, it's going to happen here. I live on the water. I don't know when it's going to happen. I don't know, but it's so interesting, right? And I said, do we move? I said to Alder yesterday, I'm like, they're getting more and more serious about it. We've been having mini earthquakes everywhere. We've been having, a lot of our volcanoes are having like, little things. So I don't know. If I'm meant to live, I'll live. And if I'm not, I'm not. But I'm not going to run away. This is my home for now, but it's interesting because other things have been coming into my orbit. So I said to Alder, I'm like, we may need to, think about, because let's put it this way. I know that Spirit's going to put me where I'm supposed to be when I'm supposed to be there. That's all I can tell you. But I've had, visions and dreams of things. And one of them is when I was growing up, I almost drowned 3 times, like literally like had to be pulled out. Like I almost drowned 3 separate times. And one time I was trapped under a boat and they couldn't get to me because the waves were coming in. I was a little kid and I was like 5, and I kept jumping back and forth between, we had a pontoon boat on a river, our summer home. And I used to jump in between the dock to the boat, to the dock to the boat. It was like my little like challenge to myself, because I'd get bored. And thank God, like everybody was like doing their own thing, whatever, but no one was down there with me. But my grandfather saw it from far away and ran. Like he saw me jump and he saw me not land on the boat. And so he ran, and then my dad ran, and then they were all like, and they would just, that's when I was going by Kelly, and they were all, I remember being underwater and hearing screaming. I remember hearing, get Kelly, get Kelly, get Kelly, get Kelly. And she's under the boat. She's under the boat. And, and they're like, jump in the water. You know what I mean? Because like he kept putting his hand down. He was trying to reach for me. And then somebody was like, duh, like jump in the water. But like the boat, the pontoon boat, it's metal. Like if you get hit with the boat, like, and the waves coming really strong, you know what I mean? They're like, and it was a really, really big, it was a huge river. It's the Tippecanoe River, and it goes through Indiana. Um, and, um, and it was a really fast moving river. So if somebody went by on a speedboat, it's like between the river moving fast and then like the waves of someone's boat. So long story short, I just remember my grandpa pulling me out, and my aunt saved me one time. And then I was telling Alder yesterday that one of the other times I almost drowned was when my friend and I, when I was living in LA, and my friend came to visit me. We went to Venice Beach, and we were like 24, 23, 24, and we were smoking weed and drinking. This was like 1996, I think. And we were just having a good old time. And then we decided we wanted to go in the water. Well, I'd gone in the ocean so many times. I was never afraid of it. I'd never, even though I'd had those things with water, I never liked going more than like up to like my chest. So I just didn't. But I misunderstood the Pacific Ocean and the fact that I was drunk and stoned. And I went into the water, and one minute I was like being funny with my friend and like being cute. And the next minute, I just remember being pulled so far out, and I got caught in a riptide, and I was in it, I don't know, 5 minutes, a long time. And I saw my birth. I remembered, like, I saw, like when they say you see your life before your eyes, like, it's interesting. When I was a little kid, I don't remember certain things so much as hearing and being aware of like what was happening to me. But I felt like I knew I'd be saved. But when I was in the ocean, I thought that was it. I was like, this is it. This is how I'm going to die. This is it. And my poor friend after, I mean, talk about a sobering, thing. And she just was a mess after that. She was just like, oh my God, dude, I thought you were like, you were gone. She was like, you were gone. Like, no one, like you were gone. Like people ran, like people saw what happened and like ran. But thank God this surfer guy saw what was going on and he saved me. But, and I no, he was trying to save me. I dumped out. So what happened was it pulled back, and then this voice was talking to me, and I remember it, and it was really bright. It was really light. And I remember like, I was happy to cross over. I was happy to go into the light. I was like, fuck yeah, dude, like get me out of this crazy place, And I just heard like, it's going to be okay. You're okay. And then all of a sudden it was like, they kind of shoved me back in my body, and I tumbled forward. And then it like dumped me out. The wave like dumped me out. And then like the surfer like kind of pulled me and I just remember like being pulled out and like all these people around me and choking up water and all that kind of shit. But it's like, you don't play with shit. Water's a very powerful source. So it's interesting, Ange, that this came up. So maybe you had something in a prior life where you died in these shells. I'm definitely going to go put pictures or a video, you guys, of this in the My Community section or on the channel in the shorts, because there's so much scrying to be had. But the one that I see, like, it's so interesting. It's like I see this wave, I see this, moon. It's really powerful. So I'm dying to know where your moon placement is. So whatever's meant to be is meant to be. If we live in fear, it's like, then what happens? What happens, right? Like, what if we leave here and we run to, I don't know, somewhere else. And when we get there, they have a tornado and takes out, you know what I mean? It's like, we can't run from things. Now, if spirit places me somewhere else, then I know that I'm meant to go somewhere, and I'm meant to. But the interesting thing is that these scientists said that it'll be devastating. It will be like, because it'll affect the entire West Coast. But at the same time, or both, you know what I'm saying? Like, it'll affect Japan. It'll affect, oh, good night, Anna. Anna says, I'm off to bed now, dear Lula. Love sent to you and Alder. Love sent to all of you too. Okay, yay. Thanks, Anna. We love you. I'll say hello to Alder. I'll tell Alder you said that tomorrow when I see him. Yay. Yeah, we're going to work on it one step at a time. I'm not going to force him, but like, it was good. It was good. Let's put it this way. When he smooched me goodbye, I had all the tingles in all the right places. So I was like, it's not gone yet. And he felt it too. So that's really cool. Yay. Jessica says good night. So anyway, you hear what I'm saying? It's like everything is going to play the way it's going to play. But those scientists, it was really powerful because they said like, but it will be okay. it's not a global killer like they talk about. They're like, it's just gonna, will this happen? Yes. Will that happen? Yes. He's like, but it's gonna happen. It's because the tectonic plates, that's just like, it's literally just like Anna says, nighty night, Jess. I don't know if you could see it or not. But so when I watch it, it makes sense to me. And I'm like, okay, so I guess we'll see what happens. But what was interesting is the cliff that we were on yesterday. I said, wow, this was like at sea level at one point. And Alder's like, yeah, you're right. I'm like, right? Because it was like, it's the edge of the land. So right across from us is Canada. So like where we were, like the video that you'll see, like I'm even gonna say on there, like, you guys look, it's Vancouver Island. I'm like, there's Victoria, there's, blah, blah. It's like literally right there. So, at one point this was all connected. Drink some water, Spirit said. So let's get back to the elk. So number 3, the elk, it was in reverse and it said stamina. So I'm hearing, Ange, that like maybe you don't have the same as you used to, right? And that's okay. I also kept feeling, when I saw Jess, I saw je ne sais quoi. So they're saying maybe you're not comfortable being a leader, but you have to remember that you possess something really powerful, Ange. You have a special something, right? That like not everybody has. And we need your magic. We need your special something, and if you just found us, like, you're in good hands. Like, we're going to go through all this together. The good news is I'm going to hold all of our hands together as long as I can, as long as Spirit has me do this. Like I said, I would keep Sacred Sunday going live every noon Pacific Standard Time as long as Spirit tells me to. When they tell me to stop, I'll stop. But until then, we're going to keep working together. We're going to keep building these connections together. I mean, hi, you guys. We made it. Jess, were you here earlier? We made a connection to Dubai. Khan, he's hilarious. Super funny. I can't wait for you to meet him. They're really cool. Unless you were here and you just didn't speak, but really cool. So the little poem for the elk says, your antlers reach for the sun. Show me that strength and stamina are one. Yes, you're Leo. So you could be feeling a lot of the retrograde because Mercury's in retrograde in Leo. So you're going to be feeling it because you're natural sensitive. So you're going to be feeling the shadow of Leo. And a lot of the shadow of Leo is the ego. So you're going to be feeling like, I'm not good enough. I'm not worthy, all that. But, you'll have to go back and watch it, Jess. He's a hoot and a holler. I think we'll be hearing from him again, but he was hilarious and we had a lot of fun with him and we did a reading with him and it was really great. But it made me realize just like how far we're connecting with our tribe now, And if you guys remember I don't remember which, maybe it was the first episode we connected with India, and we've been connecting all over the world for the last 13 episodes, actually. So many that I don't even remember them all now. And of course in the US. But, it's power in numbers. Wherever 2 or more gather. That's what they say about the witches and magic. And that's why they want to keep pulling us apart. Why do you think they want us to look on our phones instead of, they want you to sit behind your computer feeling doubt. They want you to feel, I'm not good enough, or look at how pretty this person is, when it's totally CGI. They're not even fucking real. They don't really look like that. I mean, some people, I'm going to tell you, a lot of I've worked in many different fields, and Spirit placed me in those fields for a reason. And one of them I can tell you for certain, the reason why Spirit put me in runway is because meeting some of these, I call them my glamazons, and they're happy to take the title. I've never met one that was upset about it. But these glamazons, I'm not going to lie, they don't look real. They don't look human. I'm like, there's literally like what we consider to be quote unquote perfect. I'm like, how are you that perfect? You know what I mean? Like these tall, statuesque, their breasts, like everything. I'm just like, we're all the rest of us. But that's because we were sold a bad bill of goods that like this person's breasts are better, this person's ass is better, this person's eyes are more smoldering. It's ridiculous. We're all beautiful. It's our soul that's illuminating through our eyes, It's like, it's our soul that's illuminating through our mouth and the words that we speak. It's our souls illuminating through our thoughts and thinking good about others, right? So this is a powerful process that we're going through right now. This is a significant change on earth, and we're all playing our part, every single one of us. So work with the elk. And let me just put it this way. When you see the spirit medicine for elk and the mountain lion and the moose, you're going to feel a lot better about yourself. You're going to be like, I'm a badass mofo, because you are. So, I mean, my Southside Chicago Kelly is like, I want to hang out with you. Like, I'm almost like bummed that sometimes I'm bummed that I can't drink and like smoke weed and like do the things like and smoke cigarettes like and party the way I used to, because there's so many light workers that I'm like, I bet we'd have so much fun getting drunk together. But I do think sometime at one point we'll be able to like do it, but like not get drunk like out of control. But I still feel like I'm meant to make like mead or like, things that get us a little fun and tipsy, but not like we're like puking kind of thing, but like where we, because, alcohol was my drug for a long time. So it wasn't good for me. And for those of you who drink, I really urge you to stop drinking. It literally inhibits and lowers your vibration, especially if you're already depressed or if you're already feeling anxiety. Cannabis and mushrooms are really good for microdosing. For those of you, through tinctures or whatever works for you. I like to smoke cannabis. It's like my, but I've been feeling more and more that I want to do more tinctures as well, for that. So, healing ourselves from the inside out and the outside in is the most important thing right now. So take that solo time to work on it. And interestingly enough, guess what the phrase is for the moose? Self-esteem. And it says, Moose, help me to honor the gifts I can give and recognize my worthiness as long as I live. And if you guys remember at the beginning of this, Spirit was talking about that grace and gratitude again, about, being thankful. I set out a space, I said to Alder yesterday, we went on an adventure and I forgot the plates. So I'm like, I can't believe I forgot the plates, but it wasn't meant, you know what I mean? And I always check with my pendulum. All right. I'm like, is there anything else I'm not thinking of? I was not meant to bring plates, but it was cute. The way we ate together was like a little more intimate. And then if we were just like, here, I'll serve you and I'll serve me. And it was cute. And we sat on this bench together and like watched this, we were like looking at Canada, looking at the ocean waves. And it was just like a beautiful, magical day. It was sunny. And interesting that like on the east side of the peninsula, we had a fire in Hamahama, which is like one of my favorite places to go. It's like very interesting. So the Olympic Peninsula, I don't know if it's still on fire, but it's been on fire. So we've been dealing with that. And that's probably why my lungs hurt. That's probably why my lungs have been hurting more. That's so interesting. So anyway, so they had Alder and I go west, and we like literally like just like it was so like overcast and chilly, and then we drove an hour west and all of a sudden it was sunny and it was beautiful and it was like a perfect day. It was so lovely. But there was this connection that I was having, with spirit and the land and Alder and the food, and it was just really powerful. And I'm like, why did I bring that up? I'm like, why am I saying that? Oh, because, thank you, Spirit. Because every time I eat, I have little dishes, and I put whatever I'm having. Like yesterday, like for dinner, I had like this pasta thing, and I had like cauliflower in it and whatever, and so I make sure that I get a piece of cauliflower, a piece of the pasta, and I make a perfect bite and I put it for spirit, and doing that honors them. Also, for those of you who are battling like the demons and the dark shadows and that, the more you put out like things for your light workers, it's like you're gonna have more around you. They really do like the gratitude. It's part of it because it's part of us, right? Like otherwise, why would we even bother saying thank you? Or like earlier, why would we bother saying sorry if we didn't mean it? Like we're like, oh, I'm sorry if I upset you, or I'm sorry if I inconvenience, but Spirit was trying, we stopped saying sorry in this tribe. Spirit, we worked on this for years, and now we say like, I apologize, or, we use different languaging, but I'm not saying you have to use our languaging. I'm just saying like, we don't use sorry very often because I think sorry is so overused. It's like, I remember when I was learning Spanish and my teacher, said, lo siento. And I said, oh, I'm sorry. And she's like, oh, no. She's like, no. She's like, that's very different in that language. She goes, if you say lo siento, she's like, that's saying like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry you lost your family member. she's like, it's not a flippant like, oh, sorry, like I cut you off, sorry, she's like, it's not that, like it's a very more like, it's a very emotional, like it's like a very genuine, like, I'm sorry, like I deeply apologize, or you know um I think she even said something like with the energy of like a regretful, like, like, I'm sorry, that's sorry. I'm sorry to hear about that. Right. And as empaths, we're very compassionate. We can feel others' emotions and what they're going through. So, so it could be that too. It could be, really emphasizing on your languaging, because your self-esteem is on display, and you came here today to connect with us, and we all love you. You know, we just, whether you've been with us and, the first time you're showing yourself, or if this is your first time here, we love you no matter what. Like, we're here to hold space for you. And Jessica, thank you, by the way. I thanked you profusely earlier, and I figured you weren't here because I figured you would have said something, but thank you for last week. I went back and listened to it. I was like, I had like a whole week of like shit show stuff I was going through, which led into like Alder and I had a like a reunion like date thing yesterday. I don't think you were here for that, but like, we're on the goods. Alder and I kissed yesterday, so things are, we're working on it. We're working on it, and I normally wouldn't share such an intimate thing, but I know a lot of you have been, like, big fans of our relationship, and know how hard we have to work towards, being together and stuff. And so we made some amazing progress yesterday with some great breakthroughs in the shadow energy. It was really powerful. So you have to remember that right now, everybody's at all different levels of consciousness and all different levels of their shadow. So, there's no such thing as right or wrong, or, you know what I mean? Like, and that's what made me realize yesterday when I was trying to work through things with him. It made me start to see things. And I was feeling very like shameful for my behavior last week on Sacred Sunday. I was like, gosh, I'm like, poor Jessica, like really like held space for me. And those of you who also held space, but Jessica was like more vocal about it. But I was just like, oh my gosh. But then I thought, no, because I'm one of you, right? Like, we're all walking and fucking, we all need each other. Some days we need each other more, and sometimes we don't. But I mean, I was really at a precipice over the last like several weeks where I was just like, I'm gonna fucking lose my shit if something doesn't, like, I was literally like crawling out of my skin. And so thank you. I needed to get that out. It needed to be said, my shadow. And I told Alder about it. I said some things that were not so nice, in case you ever watch that episode or hear that episode. I'm like, it was just meant to be that way, so, it's like I can apologize for it, but what am I apologizing for? I'm apologizing for, being myself. I had a rough time. I needed to put it somewhere. I needed to go somewhere, you know, and I hold space for everybody every day, all the time. So thank you for holding space for me. All of you who've been, a lot of you especially in the tribe, you've been holding a lot of space for me over this last year, whilst going through your own stuff. And I love you so much for it. I hope you know how much I love you. I pray for all of you and send you good energy all the time, especially for those of you who like reach out and donate and contribute and all that. It helps on levels you don't even know, especially the prayers, and I always say prayers are free. So, it's just about the exchange of energy, because we're working through some really like big stuff here, bigger than we've ever gone through, or our ancestors have. Even though they've gone through a lot more things in some ways that are harder, we definitely are going through something that has never been experienced on multiple levels like this, and outside of our basic spoken five senses. Oh, yay, Jessica, anytime. You do so much for us. Thank you. I do. And that's what Spirit said. Spirit was like, like if Anna was supposed to be there, she would have been there. You know what I mean? Like, I can go through all of our tribe members who weren't there if they were supposed to be there, So I was very grateful that you were there, and grateful for the others that were there, but maybe didn't say anything. I know that you guys were there. I felt you. So, and I am going to read a little bit of this, but also research the moose and work with the moose. And because the parrot came into your orbit, I work with them, and you just put in like parrot spirit animal, or, moose spirit medicine, whatever terminology feels good for you. You can look at both. You can look at like Buddhist, insight on the elk, I mean, whatever aligns with you. On my path, the one thing I learned is that I still to this day, I mean, obviously we had somebody here from Dubai today, we are meant to seek out this medicine, this these spiritual texts, these pictures, images, whatever it is. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if like now you're going to like see them more, or like somebody would be like, isn't that a cute logo for that store? And you'll look over and it'll be like a moose on there and you'll be like, wink, wink. That's like a wink, wink, right? From spirit. That's from your higher self, from the outer realms that is telling you that you're not alone. So the moose says, moose is found in the north of the medicine wheel, as is buffalo. North represents the place of wisdom. Self-esteem is the medicine of moose because it represents the power of recognizing that wisdom has been used in a situation, that recognition or a pat on the back is deserved. Oh, yay! So, since this is still an Angie's reading, I mean, I know this is for all of us. It really is. But Ange, what's happened in your life? And also, you said I nailed it earlier. You don't have to share if you don't want to. But what is this precipice? Is there something? Because it's coming back again. Your grandma's bringing this information back in again, by the way. And this feels like a little grandma. The first grandma felt like a B. Arthur, kind of like big personality. Or maybe physical, big in stature, like tall, but this one's feeling more like Sophia, which is maybe why they said the Golden Girls, because I felt Sophia and her, but like not at the same time. And then when they were showing me wigs, I was thinking of Betty White's hair. So did you have a grandma that wore a wig? Or somebody in your family who wears a wig? Or is there somebody who has a wig? They're showing me that. And then I don't know if you're familiar with the Golden Girls. If you're not, watch it because you'll love it and it's funny, even though the time period and like whatever. The only thing I don't like about the Golden Girls is when I go back and watch old episodes, I don't like when they make fun of each other or call each other names, because we're trying to get out of that kind of vibration. But there's some pretty funny shit, there's especially Rose, with her like funny stories of like where she comes from and her little town and stuff. But anyway, I feel like the smaller grandma, maybe it's your dad's mom. I feel like, or if it's not her, this is for somebody else, but I feel like they're coming through. But she totally just reminds me of Sophia with her little purse and everything and her little fucking attitude from Golden Girls. Which is funny we mentioned Rose, because I know one of our tribe members, she has a Grandma Rose who reminds me of her. So it could even be her. But she's coming through right now. And also, I'm going to wrap up soon. So if anybody'd like to ask any more questions before I head out, I'm going to head out. Because we're coming up on like 3 hours and my body's starting to get tired. I had a really good time yesterday and I don't regret it at all, but I definitely like ate a few things outside of what I would normal, and I can feel that my body is just not as strong, because I like to fast like 16 hours before I do like channeling like this. So I can feel that my body's starting to wind down. Also, I only have 2 windows open, but I also think I should stop talking because I think the smoke is, and unfortunately, I live in a place where the fires happen every year. It's just like, where is it going to happen? How's it going to happen? Where is the smoke going to come? How long is it going to be here? So if you want to send prayers my way, send prayers for that they stop. But you know what, again, it's like, it's a cleansing too, Earth Gaia, she has to cleanse herself. But Alder and I may have to leave an abandoned ship and go camp west, and maybe that's why I was feeling this energy of doing the Lionsgate portal session live outside. Who knows, we'll see what happens. But because of where we are, it's kind of, we're on the north side of the peninsula, and because we've got the Strait of Juan de Fuca and we have the Puget Sound and we have mountains all around us, it's like, yeah, we have the water, but if the air gets trapped in here, like right now, we have wind, but like not like we normally get, like, gale force winds around here. But when it gets really stagnant, the smoke just stays, and it can get really rough. And we've had some times where it's been here for days where like it's like hard to breathe, like you have to keep your windows closed and stuff. It's kind of scary. So so just send good energy our way, that all is well. But we may end up, I mean, if this picks up, I thought it would have burned through like by now, if it was just like coastal like clouds, it would have burned away by now. So I think it's from the fire. And the interesting thing is, those fires that are happening are about an hour away, and then like what's happening with the tectonic plates is like 2 hours away. So it's like but that's what I mean, like I feel like how do we escape it? You know what I mean? Like it's here whether we So Jessica says, yeah, we wore face masks inside yesterday from the Grand Canyon fire. I get that. Oh shit. I'm so sorry to hear that. I see, I didn't even know there was a fire in Grand Canyon. I've been trying to avoid the news lately. Thank you for telling me that. And I'm so sorry you're going through that. I'll just light prayers for everybody and, light prayers, light candles and say prayers for everybody. All right, I'm going to keep going. Wow. Well, you know what? That might have to be me soon. I'm going to have to check I haven't checked. I was hoping it would just like kind of like make its way out, but I'm going to have to check. We may have to mosey on for a few days. So moose is the largest member of the deer family and has great strength. The call of the male moose is an awesome thing to hear on a musky spring night. His pride is his maleness, and his desire to share his seed with a moose cow are displays of his sense of self-esteem. The bellow of a male moose can be viewed as a positive force, since it represents his willingness to tell the world about his feelings. So maybe this is what they're trying to tell us. It says this tell the world trait contains a joyfulness which only comes with a sense of accomplishment. There's no greater joy than a job well done. Also, I'm hearing for some of you, it's time to start like a blog or a YouTube channel or something where maybe you're about to start something, a new practice or a new journey, or maybe you're going through a breakup or something and you want to start something new. And I'm hearing that you'd be surprised. I mean, I've seen people who like start a channel and within like 3 or 4 days, they have like 50,000 subscribers. And you're like, what the fuck? Because people they're like, I'm going through that too. Share your journey, because not everybody has the courage and the strength to put themselves on display and share their journey. But right now I'm hearing from Spirit, we need this. We're going to talk about this more as the Lionsgate portal gets closer in this full moon in Aquarius, because Aquarius energy, I mean, they're the water bringers, even though they're an air sign. So maybe that's another reason why this water energy, came in. I'm like knocking these shells around in the water. Also, they had me rinse a few shells, but the rest of them, they wanted me to leave it on there. So we have a little bit of salt water as well here, right? Because they're soaking in this, in my shungite water that comes from the mountain. This is mountain water from the Olympic Mountains where I live. It's Olympic spring water. And it's like where the earth meets the sea. So there's something about that too. Maybe some of you, it's time for you to like, live somewhere where the earth meets the sea. There's this really magical place in Oregon. And maybe this is for you, Jessica. I don't know if you're aware of it, but there's a lot of places that do this, but there's this really cool place, and it's just south of Cannon Beach. And Cannon Beach is where they shot like the Goonies and that area. And right below it is an area called Arch Cape. And they're right before, right. And you're going too, because when you're going south, you have to drive through a mountain. It's like one of those tunnels that's through a mountain. And Arch Cape is like right there. It's like if you blink, you'll miss it kind of thing. But there's a river that goes from the mountains, from the, oh gosh, what's the name of the mountain range? But anyway, I know it. I could picture it. Alder grew up on it. But anyway, it's from the mountains and it's going right there to the sea. And if you ever get the chance to go and witness that, please do that. It is so cool. It's so cool because you can literally see like how it's like they're like together, but they're not together. Like the salt water is not going to go into there, and the river water, it's like the river water is going into the sea, but the sea, it's like, I don't know how to explain it. You just have to see it. And it's a really magical energy. But you may want to look into that area, Jess. That's Northern Oregon. Maybe that's why I kept feeling you like in Washington more than Oregon. Like maybe you're meant to, because nothing lasts forever, right? Like it could be that you're meant to go there first, or maybe you're going to end up there, or maybe, you know what I mean? But you might want to look into that area. It could be for your jobs. It could be for, whatever. It could be something like for your mom, or like, I don't know if you're still doing that or what's going on, but anyway, but just look into it. It's a really cool, magical place. One of the most romantic, sexiest dates Alder and I have ever had was at that beach in Arch Cape, and that's where we were. I said, I want to we put our blanket right next to it. So we can like feel the energy of the mountain water and the ocean water coming together. And I said to him, it felt like us, like kind of us converging together, my city girl and his like mountain boy, like kind of, it was kind of cute. Anyway, so this says, this tell the world trait contains a joyfulness which only comes with a sense of accomplishment. There's no greater joy than a job well done. This trait is therefore not a seeking of approval, but rather an enjoyment or sharing because of the spontaneous explosion of joy that comes from the deepest part of one's being. The wisdom woven throughout this scenario is that creation constantly brings forth new ideas and further creation. Moose is telling us that joy should be shouted with pride. The wisdom in doing this shouting is that the joy is quote unquote catching, right? Like, do you ever notice that if somebody smiles at you, you smile? Or if somebody, like yesterday, I was like having a hard time pulling Alder out of the shadow, and I was just like, fuck it. And I just like stood up and I started dancing, and there was people around. We were having a picnic in this area, and I didn't care. And I put my music on and I danced and I danced. And I was like, and I don't care if anybody makes fun of me. I don't care. I'm like, I don't care. But you know what? I could feel that people's energy enlightened. And you know what was the most magical part of our trip? And I love that we're ending the reading with this. I have a video of it. You guys, right when we were I was literally getting in the car, and Alder goes, dear. And I look, and like right where we were having our picnic, and after we had done our hike and come back up and everything, there was a mama deer and a little baby with her little Bambi, little white spots, or their Bambi. I don't know if it was a boy or girl, but it was so cute. And I was like, oh, I'm like, hey mama, I'm like, hey baby. And like, you can hear me, and you can hear like, or I don't know if they'll have me use my voice on there or not, but when they stopped, that was because I called to them. I was like, I love you. I'm like, have a blessed life. Like I was like putting blessings all over them, and they both stopped and just like turned around. And I was like, oh my gosh, it was just the cutest moment. So I love that they're saying that the moose is, like the head of the deer, kind of energy. So, deers are about unconditional love. So I feel like this reading is to remind us, no matter who had what medicine today. Oh, when I looked down, it was 3 hours, 1 minute, and 1 second. Come on. 13th episode, 31 today. And I mean, right, new beginnings. So this is it. This Lionsgate portal is here to remind us that, and those deers with the baby, that world is over. We're going to see it unravel. It's going to be gross, and we're going to see certain things, but just know in your heart that the new earth is here. It's not on its way. It's here. We're living it. We're living in it. So stay in the higher vibrations and the joyful vibrations, because it's contagious. Because I can tell you that those people later on, like we saw them hiking, and we saw, whatever. And I had little side conversations, with people, and loving, energy. And there was this one guy who, I mean, I don't know him, but his energy gave off, rich man vibes. And I mean, I've just worked in high fashion and known high fashion for so long. Like everything about him was designer, from his sunglasses to just everything. And he had an accent, and very, very good looking man. And when he turned around to leave, I walked away, but I happened to see the car he was getting into, and I go, oh, look, Alder. And it was one of those like futuristic Tesla looking cars, And I was like, isn't that interesting? I'm like, but they'll have that memory, that we had that conversation, and we had that. It's like, is there people, are we above them? Are they below us? It's like, it's not like that. That's not the hierarchy system that we're talking about. It's talking about, with great strength comes great responsibility. And we've been told this so many times, right? Like, look at the moose. It's, I mean, I've seen some elk that are really, really big, and I've seen some, deer that are really big, but I mean, come on, a moose, they're very large animals. Those racks, it's like, those are, that's calcite, that's bone, like that's bone growing out of their head. When you see antlers, like especially when they lose a whole rack, you know what I mean? It's like, that's about death and life and rebirth. And that's what we're in right now, is this energy of the year of the snake. So just hang in there. We're going to see things unfold. And while they do, just pray for it. Somebody treats you like shit, if you need to stand your ground, set your boundaries, do that. You need to go and cry in a corner and work through it. Every trigger that we have right now is a gift, even if it's not easy to look at. So that's why we're getting all this about the wisdom. It says, the wisdom in doing this shouting is that the joy is catching, meaning like they're saying like, even like, I think it last week or one of our readings where they were like, I love myself. Remember, Spirit was like, I said in the thing, I was like, I love myself. That's what they want to hear. That's what they want us to say. Like, I love myself. I love myself. And giving ourselves the accolades every day, reminding ourselves how beautiful and wonderful we are, how special we are, and how many of us that are here, we all have a purpose, we all have a path, and we all have a place. So the bellowing is a way for all of us to lighten up and give ourselves or each other a well done. You've worked hard. Keep working. We got your back. You're not alone in this. We are together. We are one. So moose medicine people have the ability to know when to use the gentleness of deer and when to activate the stampede of buffalo. They understand the balance between giving orders to get things done and having a willingness to do things themselves. And today is 13. This is episode 13, which is the number 4, which is about balance. So it doesn't surprise me that we're ending with the moose energy when they literally just told us like that's what we're meant to work on, that balance. And it says the wisdom of moose medicine is akin to the grandfather warrior who has long since put away his war paint and is now advising the young bucks to cool their blood. Right? Because you got these people that come in half-cocked, I'm gonna, yeah, because they're coming from emotion. They're not getting grounded. They're not like, okay, let me think about this, right? Like last week, I was coming from emotion. I had so many things coming from me. I'm like, this has to go somewhere. My fire was on fire on top of fire. I was like, I need to like get this out. I need to like work this out. I need to understand. I want. And Spirit's like, you're going to get it. Just fucking chill the fuck out. The interesting thing was, they had me watch this reading this week by a few people, and some I'd never even seen them before. I love those kind of readings because those are like really special because you're like, I don't know you, but this is like, you are like dead on, right? Like those are always so fun. But I was so grateful because I utilized a lot of those downloads that Spirit gave to the reader. I took them in and they saturated into my bones. And when I was having moments where I didn't know what to say or what to do yesterday, when I was about to jump ship like 5 times because I was like, I can't do this, Spirit was like, you can, you will, you got this, you got this, you got this. Those little things like trickled in, So there are no accidents. We're here to help each other. But every time I wanted to react with emotion yesterday, there was that ancestor that came in that was like, cool your blood. Cool, as my mom used to say, cool your jets, cool your jets. It says moose medicine is often found in elders who have walked the good red road and have seen many things in their earth walk. Their joy lies in being the teachers of the children and in being the first ones to give encouragement. This is not to say that the moose medicine people do not use their wisdom to warn us well. Oh, wait, hold on. This is not to say that moose medicine people do not use their wisdom to warn us as well as to give praise, because they do. Moose medicine people know what to say, when to say it, and to whom, right? So like some of my conversations yesterday, I can tell sometimes that we may not see eye to eye on political things or certain things, but Spirit will give me something that we can have a commonality. And then you start to realize like, hey, that person's not so bad. Or that person's like, oh, you were using a pendulum. I didn't know what you were doing. You're witchy, Instead they're like, now I'm confused because I was told to believe that this is blah, blah, blah. But this person, because I come off genuine, because I am genuine. This is the real deal. When I try to fake it is when things go awry in my life, right? So when people can feel my genuineness, they can't help but question their own. And that's what I'm put on the earth for. I'm a muse. I'm beyond just a medium or whatever. I'm there to wake people up, shake people up. That's why Bubba wanted to come back. Jessica, did you see Bubba's channel's been revived? If you unsubscribed, you have to subscribe there again. We're going to be doing some cool shit. Bubba already showed me, like, right now we're doing like fun videos and stuff. Cause I was like, dude, I won't be, eventually I will run out. I'm like, there's no more videos and pictures to be had. Your avatar, I burned it. I was there for the funeral. It was really funny. Like the first video we did of her coming back. but she's sassy and funny, and it's like she's like in her full form that she always was, but like in like she has no more pain and suffering. She's not in her avatar anymore, you know. So we'll be getting a lot of wise wisdom from Bubba as well. But I think that they're gonna I know, dude, it's so great. And I believe that Spirit's having me do this because a lot of people are in hiding, a lot of empaths and a lot of light workers are in shadow or going through like anxiety, depression, all these different forms of shadow. And I feel like Bubba's there to like help walk them out of it, and then also to help like lighten things up. You know, I'm sure we will have some of videos from her. Well, it'll be super intense, you know what I mean? And some lessons, but also it's like for the random ones where like, I'm like, everybody's doing this video. They're like, exactly. Like, dude, she got over 1,000 views on each video within like a short period of time. I was like, oh, here we go. I'm like, Bubba's gonna rock it from the other side because she's so amazing, you know. And so she said, you have to go in and read the description. I revamped the channel. I revamped her channel and everything. Redid the description box. It's really funny. So, you know, and there's a picture of me on there now too, which is kind of interesting. And she chose that. She's like, we were hot babes then. And she's like, she's like, let's use this picture. I'm like, okay. But it was interesting. But I realized because there's a lot of people that like are waking up to their witch, you know, like Ange, like we were talking today about like all these things that you're going through, you know, and, you know, this is the wake the witch time. So, you know, some people may not find me, you know, whatever, like maybe they only look at cat videos. So how are they going to find me if I don't put cat videos out, you know? So I still have a shitload of cat videos on Lula's Labyrinth and the Magical Medium, of course, that I've never posted. But those are going to be to help direct people back to Bubba too. So it's going to be like, I'm going to have all 3 channels going at once. And I'm really excited to kind of see, you know, some of them, you know, you'll see like, I try not to ever do like duplicates of things, but I do a lot of the same kinds of videos for Lula's Labyrinth and the Magical Medium, but that's because some people just subscribe to like one or the other. Not everybody subscribes, and I don't expect you guys to. I mean, you know, it's between you and Spirit, but there's definitely, you know, there's messages in all of them. I mean, and Lula's Labyrinth, I'm literally like, you know, I say on there like inspirational prophet, you know, like that's for me to, you know, do my art and whatever. And this is more for like my straight up like medium stuff, but I also bring, you know, Bubba and my life into this channel too, you know. So it's going to be really exciting, or it is exciting, and it's just going to be more and more exciting. And this is my year, and I can feel it, and it's very, very, very exciting. So, so it's called Bubba the Great, and I forgot to put a link on here, but it might be on some of the picker readings. I think I put it on one of the last picker readings because she was coming through again. So, so let's wrap this up. Okay, so it says the elders are. What did you say, Spirit? Okay, they want to read this again. So moose medicine is often found in elders who have walked the good red road and have seen many things in their earth walk. Their joy lies in being the teachers of the children and being the first ones to give encouragement. This is not to say that moose medicine people do not use their wisdom to warn us as well, to give praise, because they do. Moose medicine people know what to say, when to say it, and to whom. The elders are honored in tribal law for their gifts of wisdom from their teaching abilities and for the calmness they impart in the council. If you are wise beyond your years and have the gift of moose medicine, use this gift to encourage others to learn and grow. There are many facets to the wisdom of moose medicine. If you have chosen the moose card, you have reason to feel good about something you have accomplished on your journey. This may be a habit you have broken, a completion of some sort, an insight on a goal, or a new sense of self that you have fought hard to earn. It is a time of feeling harmonious pride and of recognizing those who aided you in the process. I feel like this is a wink to us too, you guys. You know, to not just for like the extended reading, which thank you, Ange, for pulling these cards for all of us. And thank you also to Khan for earlier we spoke with the Western Bluebird and the Black Panther. So if any of these animals, the elk, mountain lion, moose, or the parrot, if they have been coming into your orbit or, you know, you felt something with them, please search out their medicine more. Spirit is not having me do it at this time, but if they have me to, look in the community section. Always look in the posts and the community section for extension with the cards. You know, sometimes we put pictures from the book in there. We just did one with the galactic unicorns. There's a bunch there right now. So there's so much medicine all over this channel. I'm like, you'd be hard pressed to find something that didn't, you know, find its way to you for a reason. So where are we? So one good exercise and moose medicine. Okay, you guys, you ready for some homework? And then we're going to wrap this up. When I looked up, it was 3:13:23. So, and I love that because 3 has been really symbolic for us today. Also, uh, 13, of course, and then 23 is 5, and 5s are about change and transformation. So it also feels like it's almost like 3, 4, 5. You know what I mean? Because 13 is a 4 and 23 is 5. So I feel like they're like, we're on our way. No more looking back. No more looking back and no more looking forward. You know, trust that spirit knows exactly where you need to be when you need to be there. That's the thing that they want us. It's like trust is the biggest thing right now. Trust is our biggest, big one. Trust spirit. And even if you have to say it every day, I believe in magic and miracles. I trust your spirit. I know you got my back. You know, even if like things, remember, if something happens that you're not happy with, it's happening for you, not to you. There's always something, you know? So are you ready? This is an exercise that they want us to do, and there's writing involved. If not, you can come back to this. It's at the end of the video. You'll find it. So one good exercise in moose medicine is to write down things that you can love about yourself and your progress in life. Then apply these same things to friends, family, coworkers, and life. Don't forget to share the findings with others. They need the encouragement just as much as you do. So maybe some of you are, you know, the light bringers in your family or in your friend group, or, you know, also if you have people, if you have naysayers, family, friends, you know, this may be the time to step away from them while you're, you know, and don't share too much information. Not everybody's on your side. And, you know, have you ever noticed that, like, if someone, like, let's just use an example, like when I was growing up, I remember, like, you know, somebody would be on a diet, a fad diet. And people are like, oh my gosh, what are you doing? You look amazing. You're like, oh yeah, I just eat a, you know, like in The Devil Wears Prada, which I can't believe they're making another one. Oh my gosh, it better be awesome. I mean, everyone's in it, so it must be a great script. All the originals that are alive are in it that I've seen. So it must be a great script. So I'm excited. But do you remember in the scene in Devil Wears Prada where she's like, you know, she's been starving herself to fit into couture, and well, we know her as, you know, the actress, but like she's like the bitchy assistant, you know. And she says, and every time I feel like I'm gonna pass out, I just eat a cube of cheese and I feel I'm fine, I'm better. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's kind of like that, you know what I mean? It's gonna feel like uncomfortable for a little while. It's gonna feel, you know, you may have to starve out your relationships, you know. But then that's when you like come back in and, you know, you sit with us or you watch, you know, spiritual people that you trust, you know, online, anywhere, or your friend group, your community. It's important for us now more than ever to strengthen our community. And that's not to say like, oh, you don't belong with us, you know, but, you know, it's like, that's not like that. It's not a bullying thing. It's more of like, you know, you can't heal where you're hurt. You can, but it's a much longer process and it's not as easy. And it's like, why do you want to, you know, do double the work? You're, you know, if your body's healing, why do you want to be in a place where you're like, it's harder to heal because you have to fight back the energy that's not healthy. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, you know, if you're helping others, that's great. That's wonderful, you know, beautiful. But remember that you cannot help others unless you help yourself first. And that came up at the beginning of this as well. So you may want to go back to the beginning and watch it. But we spoke about the oxygen mask theory and that self-love is not selfish. And it's usually a lot of times the gaslighters and the narcissists and the ego, people who are coming from the shadow, part of the ego, that if they're not getting what they want from you, oh, you're selfish. No. They're saying you're selfish because you're not giving what they want. It's actually the opposite. What they should be saying is, I get it. You can't hold space for me right now. You don't have the energy. I'll go sort it out on my own, or I'll go reach out to another friend. You don't just say, oh, you're my best friend. You have to be here for me. Oh, you're my mom. You have to do this for me. Oh, you're my significant other. You have to do this for me. No, no. The one thing that in my conversation with my partner yesterday, where we're relearning each other and trying to help our marriage instead of like fighting against it, is releasing ourselves from old habits and patterns and words and phrases that pigeonholed us and put us in a place that we no longer live, that we no longer are. One of the things he said yesterday that was so powerful, and I believe he'd be fine with me sharing this, is he said something about that, you know, and he's a medium as well. He's a very powerful medicine man. And he said, you know, one of the reasons why he's been pulling away from me is he felt like he was going to die in a few years, and he doesn't want that for me. He doesn't want me to go through that because I've helped him through many things in his life, and he's already almost died one time in this life, and I had to, feed him through a feeding tube, and it was, I played the nurse and all that, and he just was like, I don't want you to go through that. And all of a sudden I'm like, because I've been feeling like he's been concealing something from me, and I couldn't understand what it was. And I was like, and because, he had sex addictions and things, we've been together for a decade, but things that we've sorted out, like, that have been sorted out for several years now, at least I thought. And so I was like, I just feel like you're keeping something from me, but I don't know what it is. And so when he said that, I was like, oh my gosh. And I just like cried harder, because I was just like, I mean, that made me like fall in love with him even more. Because I was like, so all this time when I'm thinking like you hate me, it's like you love me, you just don't want me to go through that. I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, oh my gosh. And then I was like, because he said, they told me I was going to die in 2 years. I said, who's they? Who told you? I'm like, what are you talking about? Because he works, he's a medicine man, and he creates, different forms of like ayahuasca and DMT and things. It's all legal, but it's like, it's stuff to help, it's like having like an acid trip, or like going on an ayahuasca trip or something. So I was like, who told you this? And I said, are you sure it wasn't your shadow? And then he was like, I said, was this recent? I said, are you feeling like you're going to die? I'm like, what's going on? And then I realized, because when we were together, we would share everything with each other, but he started to keep things because he was really concerned about me. And then he got obsessed with himself. Then he started, and he's been going through all these different things through his shadow, through his dark night of the soul. And then when certain things came through yesterday, I said, no, dude, you know what's going to die? I'm like, that fucking mindset that you're going to die, I'm like, that's not true, honey. I'm like, I'm not questioning, if that's how you feel about yourself. I'm like, I can't tell you who you are, right? Like, I would never tell you guys, even if I do a reading for you and you feel the polar opposite, it doesn't matter what I see. If that's what you feel, that's what you feel, right? So I'm not going to tell you that it's not real. But what I really like, what I got though yesterday was, holy shit, there are so many people out there right now who are in a mindset of a belief system, and they're so tangled up in it. Speaking of spiders and webs, right? Like, they're so tangled up in that web of lies that they've been telling themselves from their own insecurity, from their own shadow, that was probably seeds that were planted a long time ago. And then once we got to the bottom of things yesterday, by the end of it, we were practically skipping and holding hands, and like, you know what I mean? So it's like when we got down to the water and we were playing with the shells, I was like, oh my gosh, I was like, I needed this so bad. I'm like, I didn't even realize how bad I needed that until I said, do you realize that we haven't been on an adventure since summer solstice last year? So that means, like, even though I live in a beautiful, magical place, like, I haven't been on an adventure or like a big hike or anything for over a year. And we used to do that like all the time, at least once a month, if not, every 10 days, for several years. And then over time, I've been like balls to the wall working on my channels. He's been, he's been our main breadwinner, but I'm a millionaire now. So I keep telling myself I'm a millionaire. I'm like, by the end of this year, I'm going to be a millionaire. I just keep telling myself that. So it's going to happen. I'm just waiting, it'll happen when it's time, when divine timing falls into place. But and all of a sudden I was like, oh my gosh, but he had to go through that. We weren't meant to have that conversation yesterday. I was like, in my mind, I was like, why couldn't we have this conversation like a year ago? I'm like, he would have probably just come back, but he wasn't supposed to, I mean, just all these things. And here we are trying to control it, right? And the anxiety is trying to control something that hasn't happened yet. And Spirit has been saying to me lately, laugh, play, have fun. So I say the same to you. Laugh, play, have fun. And remember that the vibration is so much higher to stay in when we're having a good time, when we're enjoying our lives, instead of being in this, like, I have to work harder, I have to do this, I have to, we lost our balance. Alder and I individually, and then as in a relationship, like, we lost our balance. And I told him, I'm like, it's going to take a minute. This isn't like a rip off the Band-Aid experience. We had a lot of huge moments yesterday and great breakthroughs, but, I'm excited. What I thought was even greater breakthrough is that I was like, oh, we can do this today, or we can do this. And he's like, we can do it Monday. He's like, are you doing anything Monday? And then I was like, almost like so excited, because that's the first time where, in the last year plus, it's almost like he can't wait to get away from me. But I realized because that was his shadow that was trying to keep us apart, that was trying to, because if he spends any time with me doing things we love or things that he loves or whatever, it's like we connect on such a vibrant level. The frequency is different. And then he wants to be with me. He wants to be, you know what I mean? And that's what I was telling him. I'm like, if you're truly like not in love with me, I'm like, do not force it. I'm like, then we're not meant to be, and we'll both get through this. I'm like, but it is so hard when your higher self is coming to me in dreams and your body language is telling me one thing, but like you're telling me another. I'm like, I am so fucking confused. And I was like, you know, the Dolly Parton, I was like, I don't know whether to fucking wind my butt or fucking scratch my watch. Like, I was like, Spirit, you've got to help me. Like, I reached out to my spirit guides this last week, and I told them yesterday when things just started to go awry and I was ready to just fucking call it quits. I literally was like making food on our picnic and I was like ready to pack it all up because I was getting so frustrated with him and like things he was doing and saying. And I was like, we're supposed to be on a date. Like, you know, I was trying to be romantic and he's like pulling away. And I was just like, what is this? What's going on? This push, pull, push, pull, push, pull, push, pull. Until finally I just like put it all out there. And interestingly enough, Spirit told me that in my meditation yesterday morning, because I was like, you know, I balanced my chakras, I Reiki'd myself, and I sat with my spirit guides and his, you know, our higher selves. And I was like, you know, please show me the way today. Tell me what to do and help me, you know, guide me so that, you know, we can finally call this quits, because it was a 10-day, you know, just like today's an 11-day with the angels. That's why we're all connecting. You know, all of these things, they're not just coincidences. Every single moment we are together, there's a purpose and a reason. So that is our medicine. So, you know, write down the good things about yourself and of others. And even if you're, especially if you're having somebody who's triggering you, you know, yesterday it was so bizarre when we were, you know, I love driving. We normally avoid all types of touristy areas in the summer on the weekends because we live up here, so we know. And when Spirit told us to go on a Saturday, I was just not really happy about it, but it was so fun. And also what was so cool about it was there was festivals going on and farmers markets, and like we had our pick of, like, there was like roadside stands and fruit. And because we live on the Olympic Peninsula where everything's like plenty, we have like per capita, like we have the most organic like farms like in, like, I don't know if in the world, but definitely in America. And so it was just really magical. And all of a sudden there was this one like pull off, and there was like a lady selling stuff like horses and like horse stuff, because, you know, we have a lot of horses and horse riders up here. And this other lady was like selling all these pies, and I was like, oh, and I go, look babe, I'm like, blackberry pies. He loves blackberry pie. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna get him a pie, and so when the woman was coming out of the car, she was like talking before she even got out, because I walked up and I was like, hi. And she's like, oh, hey. She's like, I'll be with you in just a minute. And he got out of the car, which he doesn't always do, but he did. And right when I saw them, I just felt like instantly, I cannot have these pies. I just like knew it. I was like, I'm a vegan. I was like, I'm pretty sure I can have these pies. So it was so interesting because Alder came up and it was the opposite. He was like, oh, he loves pie, and he loves like that kind of like homemade, like it looks like a mom's homemade pie kind of pie. And so I said to her, I go, you don't happen to have gluten-free vegan, do you? She's like, oh. And it was interesting because at first she was really nice and whatever. And then all of a sudden she turned around. And then when I looked at her, I was like, it took me aback because she looked like somebody I used to know, and like somebody who used to bully me. And it was so weird. I mean, even down to like, it was like she was like captured in time. Like, you know, I'm in my 50s. She was definitely older than me. And like I felt like she like captured like her perfect hair and makeup from like the 80s with like the like pale pink frosted lipstick and everything. And it was like a fucking trip. You know what I mean? Where I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, that's crazy. And we had a really good rapport at first. And I was like, oh, I'm like, what's your dog's name? She had this cute, super cute, like, you know, it was like a French bulldog or something. And she was really lovely. And then the second I started asking about the ingredients, she like shifted. Even when we got in the car, I was like, did you notice how she shifted? He's like, yeah. And she's like, I use lard. I cook the old way. She's like, this fruit was from my, ancestors. And when we moved, we took them with us. So like all the berries in here, like they're, these are from my family. It's as natural as you can get. And she's like, I may throw a little Crisco in there and some lard. And I was done, not to be a judgy, but like for me personally, I'm like, nope, I'm out. Like I cannot eat that. Like there's nothing about that. Like my body will like, so, well, maybe the fresh fruit, but like the crust and like refined sugar and all that, I was like, that's not gonna be good for me. But Alder was really excited, and I kind of kept trying to get him out of it, because he's vegan as well. But since he's been gone, for the last year, he definitely eats differently. He doesn't eat meat anymore, but he went back to eating dairy and certain things. So I was like, whatever. But it was really, really interesting. It looked delicious, though, I will say that. And I mean, you could tell she was a lovely lady, and her dog was adorable, but I couldn't eat that. But when we got in the car, I was like, I don't understand why she just can't switch it. You know what I mean? Like, to me, I'm like, it would probably taste even better without like Crisco and like, refined white, sugar and like bleached sugar. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I bet her berries would probably taste even better in like a nice homemade crust made with like good ingredients. And so it was just really interesting, all the way around. It was just really interesting. And I told mom, like, you're gonna have to tell me. I'm like, now that you know what it's about, because I said, I'm like, well, you can always gift it to somebody, because we were on our way to our picnic, and I was like, I'm sure we'll find somebody. Maybe you're meant to give it to somebody. And he's like, no, I'm going to eat it. I was like, okay. But now I'm like curious to hear like what he says, if it was good or if it wasn't good, or, but anyway, I don't know why I got on a little tangent about that. But all right, Spirit, do we have any more messages? I mean, it's been 3.5 hours. So let's see. Do we have any more messages from the bird messages? We actually only had 2 bird messages, from the parrot and from the bluebird. And which both of them, it doesn't surprise me because of, what they are. They're both so powerful. So I'll take pictures of these. And if Spirit has me take any pictures of any of the meanings from the books, they'll be in that section. Okay, so it'll either be in the history, or what is it called? My community, or the posts. And let's see, do we have any more channeled messages, Spirit? Do we have any more messages for anybody else before we head out? That's so cool that you guys, a lot of you guys had family that came by. I've been watching these old Tyler Henry episodes, and man, I'm like, I want to do that so bad. I'm like, I know that if it's meant to be, it will be. But like every time I watch those, especially because I was watching the one with Macklemore, and I didn't know if he was exaggerating or if he was serious. But he said he felt really honored that Tyler, that like Spirit or however it all came together, that he was blessed to have a reading with Tyler, because he said he goes, I think his wait list is like 160,000 people. And because I don't know this guy, I couldn't tell if he was using dry humor, or if he was being serious. But I thought that's true. I mean, we do have a lot of famous mediums, but there's also billions of people. So, he goes to people's houses and travels and stuff. I don't think I would like that. If anything, I think it'd be more fun if I had a show like somewhere in the peninsula up here, because it's so beautiful. And it's like, if anybody comes to visit, it'd be a really cool place to do it. But anyway, I do like channeling. I do like connecting with with all of our, crossed over loved ones. And the ancestors have been really strong and present lately, especially, one of the last readings we did, there's a link in the description box. One of the picker readings, we used the Native Spirit deck. So it didn't shock me that the birds came in and that this medicine card deck came in, because they're connected to Gaia, just like the Native Spirit energy. So, I mean, we're all connected, but you hear what I'm saying. The more indigenous medicine, trying to get us more connected to the earth, because a lot of people are so ungrounded right now. And I love that people are flying high in their spirit and their soul energy and destiny. But what did you say? Podcast. Yeah. But like a podcast where like I'm like, you see me, or like where somebody can phone in. Are you getting a vision? Because I do feel like there's something, because look at this. We've been going live Sacred Sunday for a while, and like, I don't know if it's just because Mercury's in retrograde, or they don't want me to show because again, I built this like awesome fucking altar. I mean, what you guys saw on the cover photo, like I was so excited to use it. Both. Hmm. Well, I guess we'll have to manifest that. Like we'll have to see how that comes in, you know. Like would I do it on a paid thing, or like I just like let my channel get big and get sponsors like everybody else? I mean, because that's the thing. I do walk the, you know, it's interesting that in the moose medicine spoke about the old walking the red road, because when I started working with my indigenous shamans, my mostly Native American, um, you know, I don't know if you guys know this or not, and I'm not doing this to be like, hey, look at me, but you know, the red priest, they hadn't had like, I don't know if it was just the Cherokee or the native, I don't remember now, but when I first started studying, one of my teachers, she worked with a lot of like really like kind of like high level indigenous leaders and teachers. And she and I had a dream. I don't know if it was the same night, but I had this dream that I don't even remember where I was or what was happening, but this man, this Native American man, like full blooded, started walking towards me, and he had braids. He had dark hair with silver in it. And but he wasn't like an elder like 80s, like older, like he was probably like in his 60s maybe. um and he started walking towards me, and he was wearing a denim like button up long sleeve shirt, denim jeans, blue, both. And he was walking towards me, and he was holding a cactus, and it had a red flower coming out of it. And when I told her, she said, holy shit. She's like, that's, and I can't remember his name now. And she said, that's Ernie. I think his name was Ernie. She's like, oh, that's Ernie. And I was like, what? Let me see. What does it say here? Let me see if I can find it. It's almost like I feel like they don't, maybe they want me to do an episode on it. Oh, here we go. Um, she said that they had predicted that there was going to be a true, because I think Ernie was something about, he was the first red priest that they'd had in like 200 years, meaning like a true bona fide, like if a white buffalo was a human being, you know what I mean? And Ernie was it. And like they had all of the like tribe leaders from like all over the like nation, and they all came and sat with him. And there's like a thing that they do, right? And they just know right away, and they do this like tapping thing. And I guess they all tapped, and like, and they all said that he was the one. He was like the Jesus kind of, you know what I mean? I mean, I'm not saying it correctly. I'm kind of paraphrasing a lot of things I learned in a short period of time, but it was something to that caliber. And so when, and she hadn't told me all that. I just had the dream. And when I told her about the dream, she said, that was Ernie. She's like, he was gifting you. He was saying that you are one of us, like you're walking the good red road. So that's why I kind of, so there's something to be said about that. And I feel like that's kind of like where we all are right now, if that makes any sense. Jessica says, I see like a New Orleans style, but Seattle style. You're the real deal. People in person set you off running. Yeah, it really does. It really does. I spend so much time trying to protect my energy, and why I stay alone a lot. But I do know that once I get around people, all bets are off. It's like there's no, it's just part of like Tyler was saying. And there was a really great moment too, speaking of, because they had me watch it right before this, the episode with Macklemore, they said, like Macklemore said, thank you for doing this, and thank you for connecting with me. You know, he was talking about like sometimes, you know, how people treat you differently. They don't treat you like a person. You know, he's like, I'm a person. I have a wife. I have kids. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a real person. I'm not just like this musician, this artist. Like, I have real sadness. I have real things that happen to me. And then it was such a beautiful, intimate moment, because Tyler said, I understand that. He's like, I kind of feel like that too as a medium. He said, because people, he's like, they see this and they think, oh my gosh, you're so awesome, blah, blah, blah. He's like, but I have, I still go home and I have my partner and I have my mom and I still have my life and I go, I do my laundry and I eat food and you know what I mean? And he's like, and I think people lose sight of that I'm an actual, like, I'm not just this, medium, this oracle. And I think that once I started to come into my gifts, it became overwhelming. Uh, I felt like there was nowhere I could go. There was nowhere I could, and it still is that way. So the only difference now is that I'm much stronger and I've worked really hard to get to where I am. And I took this for my own medicine from the moose is that, spirit's like, this is it. Like, and I told Alder yesterday, oh, I almost started crying. Because for a long time we were both equally bringing money in. And there were times where I was bringing in more money and he was bringing in more money, but we were always bringing in money. And over the last few years, it's just dwindled. It's like I do more readings now than I've ever done. And I hardly ever make anything or get, like I get gifts from you guys, but like I hardly ever make cash or like, but my bills are always paid and I always eat. And yesterday I could feel it from Alder. And I said, Alder, I know you're tired. I know you've been working really hard. He's been like heavily supporting us for a long time, years now, and at least the last 2 years. And I said, I don't know how to tell you this for you to believe it, but believe it. I said, it's coming. It's already here. I said, I'm going to make more money than either one of us will ever be able to spend in a lifetime. And I don't know how it's coming or what's going to happen. I'm like, and I know you're tired. I said, but I'm ready. And I've been working really hard for this. I said, so just breathe. Because he's like, all of a sudden, he's like, I don't have a lot of like jobs booked next week. And I said, don't stress about it. Don't freak out about it. I'm like, all is well. I'm like, we are fine. We have money. Our bills are paid. I'm like, we are fine, And he's like, yeah, but and he's like, it needs to keep coming in. And I was like, oh my gosh. I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, you need to calm down. I was like, you need to calm down. And then I started to realize, he's just been carrying the weight on his shoulders and, not letting me help him carry that burden. So it's been interesting. And I feel like the next, 6 months to 2 years we're just going to be part of the most magical thing in the world. And people will look back on this and we will be revered as heroes and, warriors and troopers and, because of what we endured. And so as we do the same of our ancestors, now is the time, my friends, my family, my loves, this is the time. We have been training for this for so many centuries, lifetimes, different planets, different experiences. We have been training for this. We are ready. We are absolutely ready. Oh, I'll tell him you said hello. Oh, blessings. Thank you. I know Anna said something to him too. I'll see him tomorrow, so I'll let him know. And that's what I told him yesterday. He's not out there by himself, but I had to like keep pushing him away because it's just, even yesterday, I got to a point where I was like, do you not know how much that hurts my feelings when you say those things? Or like, I'm like, do you not know how hurtful that is? Like, I have to work really hard not to take that personally, because I know it's not about me, but it's just, there's like no emotion. There's no feeling. It's just, and I said that to him. I go, that's not you, man. That's not you. And yesterday he relived so many good childhood memories that I could see the life coming back to him. And I'm like, this is what we need. This is why we were so good together. The adventures, the fun, the bliss, you know what I mean? Like everything. You're like, I get that. Been hustling, making my bills barely, and business is picking up. Yes, that's what I told him too. I said, if you hold on too tightly to your money, you have to put it back out into the universe. It's like, it's all forms of energy, right? Like I said, I may not have been making a lot of cash, but I've been like, you guys pray for me all the time. And Jessica, you, and like, there's a handful of you that like, whenever I need it, like money shows up. So it's like, you know what I mean? It's like, that's why, I don't concern myself. I don't worry. I live in an area that has one of the biggest and healthiest food banks in America. You know what I mean? So Spirit put me here for a reason. And I have to continue to remind him that, that like everything comes in ebbs and flows. And I said, there's going to come a time where you will never have to work again if you don't want to. I said, isn't that great? And I said, but you will, because you'll want to. but you're just right now, as much as he loves cars, he's tired and his body, we're in our 50s, it's like we, and both of his jobs, we're both working two jobs right now. I mean, technically, taking on Bubba's channel is like another little job, but I have my 3 YouTube channels, and I, do the landscaping on the property that our RV is parked on, and so he's doing mobile mechanic jobs every week, and then he's working on 2 other properties as well that our landlord has. So, you know, and even with him, our landlord, he's been going through a really rough time. He lost his friend, his like best friend, and also like one of his strongest like assistants that helped him on his properties. And I could tell he didn't want to ask us, and he can't afford it. And I said to Alder, I go, you know what, dude? I'm like, if you have some time, I'm like, can you? And Alder was like, fuck it. And he just went and did it. He didn't say it. He like messaged him, and he was like, hey, he's like, I took care of both properties. And then our landlord was like, oh my God, thank you so much. And I did a lot of work last week, and our landlord sent me a really nice message. And I was like, how are you doing? And, and then I realized like he's just been really stressing really hard, and everybody's working really hard right now. A lot of us are working multiple jobs. We're doing double time. So thank you for working so hard, Jessica and Alder and Stuart and Anna and all of us and everybody in the tribe and Ange and I mean, even earlier today when we read for he has a really cool name, and I couldn't make it out because I didn't have my glasses on, but I saw Khan, so I was like, cool, I'm calling you Khan. But even them, like, they have more than 2 jobs. It's like we all, and for us as light workers and empaths, we have more than just our punch and our time clock job. We have our job as light workers, and on top of everything else. But just remember that you came here for this. You are ready. You're more ready than you give yourself credit. The only thing that's holding you back is you, and it's your own personal fear. And if you're having anything with dark energies or demons and they're trying to take over your body, we spoke about this earlier, remember, you have more power than they do, and they know that. And they know that you do too. So now when it happens again, you're going to be armed, and you're armed and dangerous, but you're not dangerous like going to kill people. You're armed and dangerous, meaning like, you have no power here. Bye-bye. You have no power here. If someone is coming at you and they're baiting you and they want you to fight and they want you to say negative things or be negative, be like, you have no power here. Bye-bye. Even if they're saying really hurtful things. I mean, yesterday, mine was like coming to a head. I mean, literally, like, mine was coming to a head where I was like, if I don't say this, I knew it. I knew it with every fiber of my being. If I didn't say to Alder those things I said in that moment, I knew that was Spirit's way of saying, then you have to go. Because like, you cannot do it for him. You can only tell him what you know and what you feel. And I saw it. And when he saw my heart, like, and he really saw it, it was like, when I saw him, I saw the eyebrow go up. I saw the furrowed brow, and the fucking tears just burst through his eyeballs. And I was like, there he is. He's not dead inside. He's still there. He's still there. And I had to show him a video. Bubba and I, when we were doing stuff for her channel, she was showing me so much stuff. And she's always teaching me, even from the other side, always. And she said, show him this video. So I showed him this video that I made of the 2 of them. And I mean, honestly, it was like, do you remember that scene in Scrooged where like, oh, he never cries, and then they show him the video and he's like, Niagara Falls, because he's like, he's like, you have to be fucking like literally like no conscience, like dead inside, like to not cry over like something like that, like something that was so profound and like such a pivotal part of like your turning point as a child. And so that's kind of what happened yesterday. And I know it was scary for him, and I was so proud of him. It was very brave. It's hard to come out of and also I feel like because he's comfortable where he is in the shadow, he's comfortable in the dark night of the soul. You know what I mean? Like, he's comfortable there because he doesn't have to get hurt. He doesn't have to put himself out there again. And he doesn't want me to get hurt. He doesn't want me to die and me have to mourn him and whatever. And I'm like, dude, but that's not your decision. That's mine. And I said to him, I go, am I the last face you want to see when you die? Because that's a different story. If you're like, I feel like there's someone else out there for me and we're done here, I'm like, I will mourn you, you will mourn me, and we will go on our separate ways. But like, I'm like, when you die, am I the last face that you want to see? And it's like posing those kind of questions to each other, and not like an ultimatum way, but being like, what do I mean to you? What is this? Who are you? Who am I? Like being real and getting to the fucking nitty gritty of it. I know a lot of people don't want to hear this shit, but it's like we have to talk about it. Jessica says, I keep trying to get a part-time job and my applications disappear on the screen as I work on them. My already set stuff at temp agencies have disappeared, so I'm keeping going. Okay, so if that's the case, then exactly, you're not supposed to do that, right? You're meant to like work with other things and work on other things. Same thing, Jessica, same thing. Like so many of that, I mean, literally, I can almost say like verbatim that all of those things happened to me, even to the point that yesterday I was looking on Craigslist in the area that I live in, and they were somebody had put in gigs or something. I always look at all of it, because sometimes I'm just like drawn to like send prayers to people, or pray over an animal, or like put anything. But yesterday I saw that there was a wedding and somebody was looking for somebody just to help out, like if I need you to like hold the baby for a minute, or they're like, I need an assistant. And they're like, I just need a wedding assistant. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'd be so perfect for that. And it's like $25 cash an hour. It's just like a little part-time job for a weekend. And I was like, I'm sure I can make, a few $100s or whatever. And not only would I be good at that, but I've done a lot of that stuff, and I thought, oh, this is perfect. I'm like, oh my gosh. And I was like, oh, perfect. And I'm seeing this. Alder was just saying like, he kind of needed a break. You know what I mean? And then Spirit was like, no. I started writing an email to her, and Spirit was like, no. I'm like, why? They're like, computer says no, right? Like, no, because every time we do that, we're taking away from what we're meant to do. Are you trying to get a part-time job, like working with crystals, or like, working in an apartment building? That's a question I have, because that's kind of important, I heard. Because it depends on what kind of job you're going for. Maybe Spirit doesn't want me in this wake. Maybe this lady's like a bridezilla, and they're like, it will make me crazy, or maybe she'll drain me dry, or maybe all these people, you know what I mean? Because in my mind, I was like, this could be really fun. I love weddings. I love helping people, Old stuff. Yeah. See, anything. That's exactly right. Like, you're not just going to get any job. And those of you who know me know, I mean, I worked in like, I have a resume in politics. I have a resume in restaurants. I have a resume in fashion. All of them extensive. Worked like years, 6 or more. And I couldn't get a fucking job to save my life in any of them. I'm always looking for that. Me too, because I feel like I'm meant to be like out there with people, and I'm always helping, no matter what I'm doing. And even when I was a wardrobe stylist, I remember like working, with people and reading for them, but not realizing that I was reading for them. You know what I mean? I just thought I was giving them good advice. I've had people, when I had Tallulah's Treasures, people would come back into my store and say, oh my God, you were right. I dropped out of college and I went for the internship program, and now I'm a botanical engineer. That happened. I was like at my store, and this girl came in, and I just saw her amongst all these flowers and all these things. And she was going to school. She came from a very wealthy, well-to-do family. And I think she was in law school or something like that, but it was something like a family business where it was like a doctor or a lawyer or something, but a lot of money and a lot of, prestige and all that. And she said, all I want to do is work with plants. That's so weird that you saw me. I saw her in a botanical garden. And I said, that's where I see you. That's where I see you working. And she's like, she's like, there's no way my parents would ever pay for school. And I said, well, then who cares? It's your life, right? She's like, yeah. I'm like, well, then go do what you want to do. If you want to work with plants and you want to work in a botanical garden, then go and work in a botanical garden. Like, don't let your parents like dictate like who you are. I'm like, you're a grown adult. And she's like, oh, I think it was law school, because I feel like she's like, oh my gosh, I put so much, I can't even imagine. I think she said she was in school like 7 or 8 years, and she had changed her major, already or something, or changed her to one form of law to another. It was something like that. And I said, who cares? I said, I remember like one of my nieces changed her major, I think 3 times her freshman year. And I said, well, that makes sense, because, they want you to choose your major when you're in high school, and you're supposed to know some people do. Some people know when they're a kid and they've got a little, veterinary kit, and they're like, I'm going to help animals. And they become a vet, and they knew it their whole time when they were like born. But then there are other people who they don't know what they want to be. They don't know what they're meant to be. They know. And a lot of us that suffer in that category are light workers, or people that they didn't have our job description back then. Right? I mean, even locally, remember Jess last winter when I went to go see Wicked on my birthday, and the day before when I went to buy the tickets, I went into that crystal tattoo shop and whatever, and I was like, oh, I want to try and give readings there. And then it's like everything was good. I basically had the job. I thought things were good. And then the second I like started to like talk to the owner about certain things, boom, it was like whoosh, fucking tumbleweeds. I never heard from them again. I never saw them again. And I was like, yeah, because like the energy that I got from them wasn't right. Like I'm like, this feels false. Like I don't know what their story is or what's going on, and I still don't know. I mean, I can tell you what I think and what I believe, but either way, spirit didn't want me there with that energy. You know what I mean? They just didn't want me there. I mean, I worked at fucking I worked in Olympia in a psychic shop, you know, for like a year and a half. Every week I was there. And when it was time for me to move on, it was time for me to move on. I could get jobs like that. I could probably open my own shop. So it's like, I mean, I've been saying that to spirit. I'm like, oh, I want Tula's treasures to come back. Like, I'm like, I want to do readings and like have my stuff. And so, you know, whatever's meant to be will be. But maybe you're looking in the wrong area, you know, instead of trying to get a job in something that's in the, you know, old outdated energy of your life, you know, look at what you really love now. Like you love, you know, your writing. Maybe you can get a part-time job in a bookstore. Maybe you can, you know, and try and find a cool or metaphysical shop. Or, you know, one of our tribe members, Zoe, a lot of you guys know this, that download kept coming in for Zoe. And she, not only did she get a job, she moved like, I don't know how far away, but she went from the Pacific Northwest down to Sedona, and it kept coming up for her. And she ended up working not only at like this amazing crystal shop, but it's like a really famous one, and she had no prior real like heavy experience in that. But of course, you know, the person being them and Zoe being Zoe, you know, they took her on. She had, I think, 3 raises in the first like 6 months she was there, because they started her out at like whatever they start people out at, and then they saw, because she was so magical and she was doing so well and she was bringing in so much money, you know, so she kept getting raises. They loved her and she got more responsibility, you know. So, you know, it could just be where you're, you know, trying to apply. So keep that in mind. Think about where your path is. And this is for everybody. This is for all of us right now. If you want to earn a little bit more money somewhere and you feel like it's not coming in, you know, even yesterday, I kind of feel like the conversation I had with Alder about money, like we needed to talk about that. He's been holding on tight to that. And I've been like, kind of like a little befuddled that, I mean, I've never had a hard time making money my whole life. I've always, you know, but there's another one of those words, always, right? But in so much of my experience, it just hasn't been a difficult thing. And when it became difficult was because I wasn't supposed to work in politics anymore. I wasn't supposed to work in restaurants anymore. And I definitely wasn't supposed to work in fashion anymore in that capacity. Fashion will always be a part of my life, but it doesn't mean I have to work in it to make money. Sometimes the things, and a lot of times people think, oh, I'll just get whatever part-time job, I just need the money. But they're like, look beyond that, think beyond that, go beyond that. You know, go into your favorite places in town. You know, one of my friends just reached out to me recently, an old friend I haven't talked to in years, and they were super excited about this project that they were going to be a part of, but it was like outside of where they live. I don't know how far away it was, but I don't remember. I saw a lot of things that week, so I don't know if they were driving an hour or something, but either way, it was like kind of far away from where they live, but they don't care because they really love it, and they're super excited, and it's like this like multi-million-dollar project, and they get to be a part of it, and they don't care, you know what I mean? Excuse me. So I would definitely look into that. All right, let's see. Do we have any more messages? We had people floating in and out, but nobody has wrote anything else that I can see. I think that was it. Okay, Spirit. Do we have any more messages? Jessica, do you have any more questions or anything else that you'd like to say right now? I'm probably going to take a break after this, you guys. So anything I'm going to post or videos that I spoke of that I was going to create probably won't happen until tomorrow. And I am doing, I do have to run errands and do chores tomorrow. So I don't know how far or how much I'm going to get done. So did you say, yeah, you're done? Yeah, you're done. And of course, dude, you can always message me if you have any other questions or any other things that you want to talk about. Spirit, is there anybody else, or do we have any more questions or anything else that you want us to go over? All right, perfect. I'm going to go eat too. All right, you guys, thank you. Look at this, almost 4 hours. We are badass mofo warriors. We are wayward light work warriors. Yes, I'm like, Jessica, isn't it a huge jump from last week to this week? Last week, I was like, I went from like, I don't care if I ever see him again mentality to I'm like, I love him. But that's what, that's how it is, right? That kind of extreme. When people say they hate something, I'm like, well, love and hate are, you kind of have to have that same energy. Oh, you're most welcome. Thank you to all of you guys. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. And, all of it is happening exactly as it's meant to, right? Yes, everything is needed in its time. Jessica said, LOL, it's needed in the time. Exactly. So, remember this, if you have food and you have shelter and you have a bed and a roof over your head, all those things, you are richer than a lot of people in this world right now. And there are a lot of people who are living on the street, living in their cars, living, and not by choice and not because it's a fun thing or that they want to, you know what I'm saying? So send beautiful prayers their way. I feel very blessed. I may not be happy with the place that I'm living, but I said, because when Alder was getting upset yesterday, I said, remember something, we're not getting kicked out of where we live. Like, we're fine. Like, we're, everything is happening in divine timing. Our place, our land, everything will show up exactly when it's meant. In fact, when I was starting this, I was like, what? I'm like, what is happening with this? And then I heard Gandalf, a wizard always arrives exactly when they're meant to. So remember that. So don't put pressure on yourself, you guys, and sometimes, as hard as this is, sometimes we are meant to sit in the frugality of it, but don't sit in it too long and picture yourself, with the abundance picture, but remember that you have to go through certain things first, and karma is not a punishment. It's something you co-created. So it's a healing. Karma is healing. I love you guys. Until next time, I will see you on the Lionsgate portal. I don't know if you were here for that, Jessica, but I'm almost 100. I'm like 99.9% sure I'm going live on the Lionsgate portal on Friday on 8/8 at noon Pacific Standard Time. Okay, you guys? So if anything changes, I will send a message the night before. They're going to have me send a video the night before, no matter what, Thursday night, to let you guys know if anything changes or time or whatever. But we're going live, baby. Lionsgate portal. I can't wait. And then the next day after that is the full moon in Aquarius. And if you can't make it, that's okay too. It'll be recorded. But just letting you know, if you guys, if you're meant to be a part of it, that's cool. But wherever two or more gather, it's going to be super amazeballs. And remember that in the 8/8 portal, that's when it's like, that's when we're really, really aligned with the universe. So I'm excited to see what comes through for that, because today was quite magical. And it was the 13th episode on the 11th day and the last Sacred Sunday before the portal goes to its peak. So until next time, love you, love you, love you. Take good care of yourselves and each other. Blessed be. Oh, bye. And bye, Jessica and Anna and Con and everybody else who was here and in and out today. I love you. See you later. Bye.